Universe determine that we're alive.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yep.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time where the court is going to read final instructions to the jurors, and we're going to have closings today from both parties. I'll note that the state is present with the prosecution. The defense is present as well. We'll have the jurors brought in here momentarily. I will note that our 17 jurors have all arrived and signed their juror affirmation forms this morning as well.
Okay.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Give me a moment, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thanks, counsel. Mr. Bailiff, please, if you could have the jurors brought in.
All right, please. Here's all present counsel, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court will note the jurors have all
right,
returned
I
and
think
are
we're live now.
properly seated at this time. The court has received
everybody hear us?
the juror affirmation forms from each of the 17 jurors. So thank you for continuing to follow the court's admonishing instruction each day as we recess. At this time, I'll just outline the proceedings for this morning. The parties have now concluded with the submission of evidence in the trial. The court is going to read you additional jury instructions this morning. After the instructions have been read, then the parties will make their closing arguments, beginning with the state. Addressing the jurors now, each of you has been provided a copy of the instructions the court will be reading. Your copies have a watermarked copy logo on each page. With those copies, you may follow along with the court if you wish. You're not required to as I read the instructions. You're also allowed to make notations if you'd like on your copies of the instructions. However, there will be one actual original set of instructions, and I would have those included in your deliberations. Please don't make any markings on those original instructions that will be provided to you.
Is there a mute?
The court will note that in the beginning of this trial, instructions 1 through 12 were already previously read to the jurors. I'm not going to reread all of those instructions, but there are a few of those I will reread. And so at this time, I'll begin with the reading of certain instructions. And once I've concluded the reading, then again, the closing arguments will commence, beginning with the state. So the first instruction
For anybody
I'm
watching,
going
can
to
you hear
read
our voice
is
okay? We're just kind of doing a
instruction
check on
number
making
3,
sure audio sounds
noting
good.
this is one previously
know.
read
Thank
to you. Instruction 3 reads as follows. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. The next instruction I'm going to read is instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I
A
agree.
reasonable doubt is not a mere
You can kind of
possible
also
or imaginary
notice it
doubt.
too.
It is a doubt based on
that
reason and common sense.
He's just
It may
doing his
arise
job
from
and
a
he
careful and impartial
really thinks that he's guilty.
consideration
So
of all the evidence
I would imagine that he
or
does
from
not
lack
like
of
that
evidence.
at all.
If after considering all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction I'm going to read, I'm going to go through the ones previously read and move up to instruction number 13. That's on page 16 of your packet. Instruction number 13. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. Instruction number 14. As members of the jury, it is your duty to decide what the facts are and to apply those facts to the law that I have given you. You are to decide the facts from all the evidence presented in this case. The evidence you are to consider consists of 1, sworn testimony of witnesses, 2, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and 3, any facts to which the parties have stipulated. Certain things you have heard or seen are not evidence, including one, arguments and statements by lawyers. The lawyers are not witnesses. What they say in their opening statements, closing arguments, and at other times is included to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence. If the facts as you remember them differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, follow your memory. Two, testimony and/or questions that may have been excluded or stricken, or which you have been instructed to disregard. Three, anything you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session. Instruction number 15. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each count separately on the evidence and the law that applies to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty on any or all of the offenses charged. Instruction number 16. During the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. Instruction number 17. Certain evidence was admitted for a limited purpose. At the time this evidence was admitted, you were admonished that it could not be considered by you for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. This includes those exhibits admitted for demonstrative or illustrative purposes only. Do not consider such evidence for any purpose except the limited purpose for which it was admitted. The following exhibits were admitted only as demonstrative or illustrative exhibits. States Exhibits 4, 10A, 30, 31, 62, 69, 76, 84, 85, 86, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 179, 182A, 182B, 296, and 303. Defense's Exhibit 138. These exhibits are available for your review during your deliberations. Upon your request, please advise the bailiff by written note of any such request. Instruction number 18. The law makes no distinction between a person who directly participates in the acts constituting a crime and a person who, either before or during its commission, intentionally aids, assists, facilitates, promotes, encourages, counsels, solicits, invites, helps, or hires another to commit a crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission. Both can be found guilty of the crime. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Instruction number 19. An act is willful or done willfully when done on purpose. One can act willfully without intending to violate the law, to injure another, or to acquire an advantage. Instruction number 20. The crime of conspiracy as alleged in counts 1 and 3 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crimes of first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The crime of conspiracy as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crime of first-degree murder. Criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho, and 1 or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties to the agreement. It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or may be implied by the conduct of the parties. Instruction number 21. Before I continue, thank you. All of the parties to a conspiracy need not enter into the agreement at the same time. A person who later joins an already formed conspiracy with knowledge of its unlawful purpose is a party to the conspiracy. Instruction number 22. Murder is the killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Instruction number 23. Malice may be expressed or implied. Malice is expressed when there is manifested a deliberate intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with the conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the intentional doing of an act with express or implied malice, no other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of time. It only means that the malice must precede rather than follow the act.
So, according
Instruction
to that
number
description,
24.
then
To obtain
um,
property means to
you
bring about a
you would only
transfer
have
of an
to
interest in or
have
the
an action
possession of the
or
property.
a presence of thought that would
Instruction number 25. An
assist with
owner
the
of property is any
murdering.
person
So,
who has a
yeah.
right to
So according to
possession of
that,
such
even
property
the
superior to that of the
saying
defendant.
that he didn't kill the children
Instruction
means
number
that he's not
26.
guilty.
Person
Would still
means an
mean murder
individual,
one.
corporation, association, a public or private corporation, city or other municipality, county, state agency, the state of Idaho, federal agency, or United States of America. Instruction number 27, property means anything of value, including labor or services. Instruction number 28, a person steals property and commits theft when, with intent to deprive another of property or appropriate the same to the person or to a third party, such person willfully takes, obtains, or withholds such property from an owner thereof. Instruction number 29. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, as alleged in count 1 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1. Honor between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2. In the state of Idaho. 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, with Lori Vallow and/or Alex Cox, deceased, and/or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4. To commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. 5. The defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6. One of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A. Honor between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and/or justifying the homicide of Tylee Ryan. B. On or about August 16th, 2019, Lori Vallow did change the deposit of Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits from Tylee Ryan's JP Morgan Chase account to deposit money directly into Lori Vallow's personal BBVA account. C. On or about September 1, 2019, Lori Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter JJ Vallow. D. On or about September 8, 2019, Chad Daybell Googled SSW wind and visited a website entitled, "What is the definition of SSW wind direction?" E. On or about September 9, 2019, Alex Cox did go to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Rexburg, Idaho. F. On or between September 9th, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of Tylee Ryan's death. G, on or between September 25th, 2019 and January 22nd, 2020, Lori Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect 5 monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of Tylee Ryan. 7, and such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 30. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 2 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the 8th and 9th of September, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tylee Ryan. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 31. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception as alleged in count 3 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4, to commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. 5, the defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6, one of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following overt acts. A, on or between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying the homicide of JJ Vallow. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson JJ Vallow. C, on or about September 23, 2019, Alex Cox did take possession of JJ Vallow. D, on or about November 26, 2019, Lori Vallow provided a fake and or misleading physical location of JJ Vallow to law enforcement during a lawful investigation. E, on or between September 23, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of JJ Vallow's death. F, on or between September 9, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect four monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of JJ Vallow and 4 monthly Social Security child and care payments. 7, and such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 32. Count 4 of the amended indictment contains a clerical error in that, quote, honor between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019, end quote, should instead state, quote, honor between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019, end quote. You may consider the dates on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019 in your deliberations regarding count 4. Instruction number 33. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 4 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, honor between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Joshua Jackson JJ Vallow. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime, either before or during its commission, by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission, are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find the elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 34. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, honor between the dates of October 26, 2018 to January 15, 2020. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4, to commit the crime of murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell. 5, the defendant intended that the crime would be committed. 6, one of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A, on or about or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow did encourage and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of justifying and or encouraging the homicide of Tammy Daybell. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Vallow Daybell did move to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson, hereinafter JJ Vallow. C, on or about July 30th, 2019, Chad and Lori sent text messages to each other regarding death percentages for Tammy and JJ. D, Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone on September 18th, 2019. E, Alex Cox obtained a burner phone on October 9, 2019. F, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell sent text messages to each other about Tammy Daybell being in limbo and Tammy being possessed by a spirit named Viola. G, on September 8th, 2019, Chad Guy Daybell signed an application along with Tammy Daybell to increase her life map insurance to the maximum allowed under her policy. H, Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy Daybell on October 9, 2019. I, Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches between the dates of October 8th, 2019 and October 12th, 2019, including searches related to Grendel, drop, and shooting through a Dodge Dakota. J, Alex Cox went to a gun range in the month before October 9, 2019, when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell takes place. K, Alex Cox traveled from Sportsman's Warehouse to the vicinity of the Daybell residence on October 9, 2019. L, Alex Cox was in the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on the night of October 18th, 2019. 7, and such act or acts was done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 35. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 30, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive Life Map Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to Life Map Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 36. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 31st, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive Primerica Life Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to Primerica Life Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 37. In this case, you will return a verdict consisting of a series of questions. Although the explanations on the verdict form are self-explanatory, they are part of the instructions to you. I will now read the verdict form to you. It states, "We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted as follows." Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? And then not guilty and guilty options. Question 2, in regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Not guilty and guilty options. Question 3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 4, in regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? And then there are 2 options, guilty or not guilty. Question number 5, in regard to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Not guilty or guilty option. Question number 6, in regard to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty and guilty options. And then question number 8, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty or guilty options. Then there's a place to insert a date and a signature for the presiding officer. I'll note to the jurors, there will be a separate verdict form. This is just the language out of that form, but one original form to be signed by the presiding juror. Jury instruction number 38. You have been instructed as to all the rules of law that may be necessary for you to reach a verdict. Whether some of the instructions will apply will depend upon your determination of the facts. You will disregard any instruction which applies to a state of facts which you determine does not exist. You must not conclude from the fact that an instruction has been given that the court is expressing any opinion as to the facts. Instruction number 39. The original instructions and exhibits will be with you in the jury room, with the exception of exhibits 172, pickaxe, and 173, shovel, and illustrative or demonstrative exhibits. For safety and security reasons, the tool exhibits may be viewed with the assistance of the bailiff if requested by the jury. The demonstrative or illustrative exhibits may be available as explained in instruction number 17. They are part of the official court record. For this reason, please do not alter them or write or mark on them in any way. Some of the exhibits have been sealed in bags or containers that allow you to view them. Do not open or remove the contents of those exhibits. If you have any questions about the handling or use of exhibits, submit those questions in writing to me through the bailiff. The instructions are numbered for convenience in referring to specific instructions. There may or may not be a gap in the numbering of the instructions. If there is, you should not concern yourselves about such gap. Instruction number 40. Upon retiring to the jury room, select one of you as a presiding officer who will preside over your deliberations. It is that person's duty to see that the discussion is orderly, that the issues submitted for your decision are fully and fairly discussed, and that every juror has a chance to express himself or herself upon each question. In this case, your verdict must be unanimous. When you all arrive at a verdict, the presiding officer will sign it and you will return it to open court. Your verdict in this case cannot be arrived at by chance, by lot, or by compromise. If after considering all of the instructions in their entirety and after having fully discussed the evidence before you, the jury determines that it is necessary to communicate with me, you may send a note by the bailiff. You are not to reveal to me or anyone else how the jury stands until you have reached a verdict or unless you are instructed by me to do so. A verdict form suitable to any conclusion you may reach will be submitted to you with these instructions. Instruction number 41. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence to determine the facts. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or to state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position even if shown that it is wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but are judges. For you, as for me, there can be no triumph except in the ascertainment and declaration of the truth. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have seen and heard in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinion. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion was incorrect based upon the evidence the jury saw and heard during the trial and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence or as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant because the majority of the jury feels otherwise or for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. All right, that concludes the reading of the instructions then. At this time, the next matter we would take up would be closings, beginning with the state. Is this going to be Ms. Blake presenting closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
May we approach just briefly?
Yes, you may.
He was really nervous. You could see he was like going like this. I was watching his tells on another video from like 15 years ago. When he was really nervous, he would go like this, like clasping his hands. So he's nervous.
Yeah, he really is. We had a lot of other things that we were kind of making jokes along the way. Probably some were inappropriate for YouTube. But yeah, I didn't even realize that Ned Schneider was the name of one of the evil spirits.
Yeah, Ned Schneider.
Yeah, so this is conspiracy has the same sentence as murder, right? So what I was kind of catching is that when they were going through what murder was, there was that forethought, which is basically if you are kind of talking someone into doing a crime or giving cause for someone to do a crime, it's still murder one. So I don't even think it has to be conspiracy. I think conspiracy is everything that kind of led up to it and the falsifying of evidence and stuff like that. I think that's what I caught.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And maybe, well, because they were supposed to be tried together, both him and Lori,
Mm.
and then they separated them out, but they're still conspiratorial.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that a lot of people were involved, is definitely conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And that's the thing is that these laws change from state to state. So what would occur in our state would be different from somebody in Idaho.
Yeah, but good news, Miss Blake is going to be.
I'm
doing
happy for that one.
Closing arguments.
Yeah, I'm really happy Miss Blake's doing closing.
Also, look at Judge Boyce. Every time Judge Boyce gets annoyed,
All
he
right,
drinks a
thank you,
sip of
counsel.
water, too.
We are going
That's
to
his
take
tell.
a quick break here while state sets up something for closing.
demonstrations.
So,
I told you that's what the well
Because we
is.
started when we did, I don't think we necessarily need to take a extensive regular mid-morning break. So let's try to make it about 15 minutes and then right about 11 o'clock, we'll get started with the state's closing. So we'll be in recess for a moment.
All right, please.
So other things too, they closed the blinds as well as turned on the lights more. So for this part of it. So that's interesting.
So she can have an audio visual demonstration.
It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah. Is there a way that you can flip like to us on the?
Yes.
I don't know if that's too hard technically or
It is
not. Does it? Can you see the court or you can't see the court? This is all new for us. That's me on me. Look at that. Picture in picture.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Off. On. Yeah, I'll have to. I think I have to go to the software and do that.
It's okay. You can go back to the way it was.
So this was this, and this was this.
There we go.
So this way we'll keep it here until
Till they come back.
Yeah. But I think I can change it in the software too. So maybe as we're talking, we'll do that. Let's see. When Chad kids were testifying, I noticed Chad grabbed both arms like he was hugging himself. Yeah, it still feels like it's this kind of. Well, so we were watching a video on Chad Daybell's body language and kind of the signs to look for. And body language is interesting because you need a good baseline to understand what body language could mean. So this guy even admitted there were some things he was kind of guessing about, but overall he was seeing a lot of self-soothing techniques that Chad was going through.
Mm-hmm. And Judge Boyce's self-soothing technique is he'll drink from his water bottle.
Yeah. So I think everybody kind of has their tell that they go to
Because
when they're nervous.
when Lori Vallow was speaking
Mm-hmm.
and they were broadcasting that, every time Lori Vallow was like off on the deep end, he would just be chugging water. He was like, and you knew he was getting angrier and angrier and angrier as he was going.
Yeah.
He held it together. Judge Boyce is pretty cool.
Hey, Destroying, thanks for that comment. So Destroying Icon said, I just discovered your channel. You guys are doing an amazing and entertaining job, especially through these court breaks.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate that. So the one thing about me and my wife is that we find sarcasm and humor and everything, especially stuff that is kind of terrifying. This is a terrifying moment, and what they did was horrible. And the cat makes an
There's the
appearance.
cat. He's laying down.
We appreciate that. We really do. We just hit some good news. Is we just hit 500 subscribers on our main YouTube channel. So, I mean, we couldn't have done that without you guys. So we really appreciate it. And
Whoa. Yeah, and then we get shifted to an alternate universe.
We really appreciate it. And like our goal is to do this full time, and we're well on our way thanks to you guys giving us support. So we appreciate it. Yeah, the Emma Daybell coverage. Oh, thanks, Rach. You appreciate that too. Yeah, there was something about Emma Daybell that was horrifying and kind of funny at the same time.
She's a piece of work.
So the cat's name is Winky. Winky the cat, or Winky the house elf was where my wife got the name.
The house cat.
Yeah. So his name is Winky. We do have another one. Her name is Mia, but she's camera shy, so she might come out later. But Winky will make another appearance, and he will take over our laps and make us uncomfortable.
Yep.
He's good at that. But what's everybody's thought? Because like we did a poll on our channel, asking whether everybody thinks that he's guilty, innocent, or if he is guilty, what does everybody think he's going to? What sentence is he going to get? Hey, Winky.
I think he's guilty. I don't. There's too much evidence. The biggest obstacle that the prosecution faces is it's confusing, and there's a lot of different type of people.
Yeah.
There's so many people. There's like Alex Cox. There's Charles Vallow. It's just, and then you've got the Melanie Pulowski and her
Right.
husband, and then you have Melanie Gibb with the same name, and it's just this weird
It is weird, and
group of people.
it's really difficult. Don't jump
He's
up there.
trying to jump up.
Yeah,
Whoa.
you're a crazy cat.
Ugh.
Yeah, and if you don't follow it full time, it's very complicated to keep track of who is who.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the same thing through the other trial that we were watching with the YouTube mom, Ruby Frankie's. Like there's so many Frankies, and then you start talking about Chad, and there's a Chad Frankie there, and there's a Chad Daybell here. Yeah. So like we have two trials that are kind of in the same religious group that are.
So several people have said to read the book Visions of Glory, and that's going to be on my list to do. And it's all kind of that whole world, that Visions of Glory world.
Interesting.
And it's that preparation for the end of the world, preparing a people
Right.
type thoughts.
Which is what they were talking about.
Mhm.
Hey Anna, it's good to see you too. I know that you joined my wife.
He is. Oh, sorry. he got it. He got up. Not even. I scare the crap out of everyone. Whoa.
Okay, so Winky has made an entrance. All right, let's see. Destroying says he's so guilty. I think he's going to get the maximum. There's too much evidence. So
yeah, I hope so.
my feeling and in my gut reaction is that he's guilty, but he won't get the death penalty. That's like conspiracy, maybe murder too. I'm gonna go with that.
Really?
Yeah. It just really depends, I think, on whether the jurors know. I mean, it's obvious to us, right? But you're not in that room. That the jurors might look at the evidence of the daughter and the son and go, well, there's just enough doubt.
Well, she had a story for every point that the prosecution brought up.
Mm-hmm.
That was her main lies.
Yeah. So Rachel says, I can't believe that none of the adults stepped up to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were guilty of just standing by, and that I agree.
Well, except the pot stirrer. She was the only one. Heather Daybell was the only one that was saying there's a problem here and we need to do something. And everyone ignored her and pushed her and called her a pot stirrer.
All right, I'm going to make a change.
Is it wrong? Oh, so you can see the cat.
So I wanted to move that so you can see Winky up top. Yeah.
I really liked the way Idaho does it. The listing out all of the evidence that Judge Boyce was reading out.
Yeah.
Because that's helpful if we go back and review all of the evidence and the way it's laid out.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I'm not real familiar with the justice system. I watch a few things, but I also know that, like, I don't remember that being a thing, like in our state.
I don't know. I haven't really seen a Georgia. Oh, now what is he?
He's just moving around. I can see him in the screen. So Irene says, I believe he killed Tylee himself. Tylee did not like that piece of shit.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
She didn't.
Yeah. She's going to be known as pot stirrer forever.
I know.
But honestly, I would wear it as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Because she was the only one in that area that was like, he's a piece of crap and there's a problem here.
Yep.
So
she's one of the heroes. I think in the story, who the heroes are, Heather Daybell is a hero. Detective Hermosillo, he's another hero.
I really like the judge.
And the judge, he's a hero. Miss Blake, she's a hero in this story.
And it isn't because they're doing anything spectacular. They're just being very professional.
Yeah.
That's what I think is needed in a case like this. Is it's so easy to let your emotions, like as a police officer, like, you know, I'm sure he just wanted to punch him in the face.
I'm sure Detective Hermosillo wanted to kick the shit out of him. That guy's big enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, Chad hadn't followed the
Well,
the
okay.
Lori Vallow workout program
Right,
yet,
right.
so he
So-
couldn't defend himself.
We figured it out with calling the Lolly Time workout program. So yeah, Emma had said that she was working out at the gym and Hermosillo came up to her or was following her around or something. And they got Hermosillo on the stand
Mm.
and they asked him, "Do you go to the gym?" And like he looked at the guy and he was like,
The doy.
yeah, kinda, sometimes. So he's like, "Did you ever see Emma Daybell at the gym?" And he's like, "Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw her once."
Once.
And he's like, "Did you approach her? Did you follow her?" He's
Yeah,
like,
I remember that. That was
no.
Yep.
Like, what? Why would you ask me that? Like, why-
Winky says Chad is guilty.
Yeah. I agree.
But to be honest, Anna, Winky thinks everybody's
Yeah,
guilty. So
We've all committed crimes.
he's judgmental. A cat. So the other comment is Annie Cushing. Do you know who Annie Cushing is?
I don't. It doesn't sound familiar. Who is it?
I'm not sure. Who's Annie Cushing?
Is that another hero?
Yeah, Justice for Joe Ryan. I agree with that one too.
Yeah. So that's another of those mysteries. It's like, what happened to Alex Cox? They labeled him natural causes.
Right.
And they also, Joe Ryan, they labeled him natural causes. It's just way too suspicious that men in their late 40s would just drop
off.
dead like that.
Like that. So I hope I'm saying your name right. I believe it's Elise or Ellis. It's probably Elise. But I vaguely remember something about conspiracy getting the same sentence as committing the murder
Yeah.
from Lori's trial.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Annie is Tylee's aunt.
Oh, is that the
Joe Ryan's sister.
Yeah. She has the YouTube channel, the one I was talking about this morning.
Okay.
So I came across her channel because of the shorts from of Hermosillo. She had the short of Hermosillo walking down and it was some like big buff music, like he's the hero coming. What's her? It's like Heartstrings, something.
Yeah.
If I can find it.
At least I agree with you too that I wish they would have had the blinds closed through the whole trial. But if I was in that room, I would have preferred to have Chad in silhouette and not being able to see his face.
Yeah.
So Emma better make sure she double stops at stop signs from now. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, both of them. Because I don't know if you know this, but her husband got up there in front of the jury and said, "Law enforcement would be the last job I would ever do."
Forbid.
What in what world is that okay to say?
Well, why would you say that in front of like it doesn't?
No. So law enforcement is going to be after them.
Yeah, if they sneeze wrong, they're going to go to jail, which I am not too upset about. Or, someone else sneezes, they don't say God bless you. That's it. It's over with.
Yeah. They're going to be at the gym. They're going to follow them around. They got a whole police.
Make sure that, they didn't wipe their gym equipment after they were done using it. That's it.
Yeah. Hermosillo's coming after.
Overnight stay. A murderous heart.
A murderous heart. Yes, that's who it is.
Yeah.
And I actually emailed her this morning because she had said on one of the videos she's not accepting monetization on her YouTube channel.
Right.
And I think she should, because she's essentially giving away that money back to Google, and she could put that money in a trust. So if you give that message back to her, she could create a scholarship fund for Tylee based on the money from monetization on YouTube.
Yeah, I think you had like that was such a good idea of, if she's not looking to monetize, putting that into a fund, I think was the best idea.
Yeah.
That I thought it was brilliant. I'm glad you messaged her with that
So
information.
if you know who she is, send her that message. She should monetize, and she should put it in a trust or something in Tylee's name.
Right. And Mace, so what he's saying is that they aren't thankful for the crime to be solved at all. And so the video that we put out where we're talking about Emma Daybell's testimony, where we were making fun of it because it's hilarious. That picture is of her when they were looking for the children. She stopped in front of a reporter when they are like literally trying to find lost kids and starts making faces at the reporter, sticking her tongue out.
And you know who had that video? Was Tylee Ryan's aunt.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's where I got the video from.
yeah, yep.
So she's posting like these really important pieces, bringing awareness to like specific things, and she's doing a great job.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And Macy, I agree. They have no empathy for the kids at all. And I
None.
mean, it's almost hatred for the kids. It's not even having empathy or not. It's the opposite. Okay, we're back on, guys. We'll switch over.
Thank you. I believe we've got our jurors lined up or close to lined up, so we'll remain standing. Mr. Bailiff, if you could have them return to the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's all right, Ellis. Okay.
All right, please. Here's all present counterpart, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court concluded reading of the jury instructions at this time. Then we're going to have closing arguments beginning with the state. Ms. Blake, once you're ready to proceed, you can begin your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to test this. Is this working?
It is.
And Your Honor, can I get the HDMI?
Yes, I'll instruct the clerk to activate that.
And may I proceed?
You may, Ms. Blake.
Thank you.
What's that?
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmates.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. M&M is. So Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant, Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. Two of them children. His mistress's kids. Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead in their marital bed. And for what? Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough. Thank you.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. You heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad. but Chad was receptive. You heard from investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Chad and Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell were alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous lives. And you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference, but he stayed at Lori's house. And you heard how other people stayed there as well. And one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori. And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were two of those names, Raphael and Lily, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from analyst Heidemann. James and Elena. Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. He also, another excerpt, he resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex. The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow, under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was: Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori. And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial: Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial, there was testimony about what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad, she trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future. He also told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times, that he would tell them he could get answers. But again, he didn't have to have that to give them the answers. Common theme: Chad has the answers, Chad has the knowledge, Chad has that special ability. Shortly after this meeting in early 2019, Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark. He actually said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider. In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle, there were some other descriptions. But at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information, Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually, Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body, was gone. An evil entity was in that body, and in order to set the person free, the body had to die. So when a casting was successful and the body didn't die, well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them. So Charles became Garrett. Castings are done on Garrett. They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. The body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos is an even more demonic entity. Iplos is so dark that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos, is that Charles actually confronted Lori about her affair with Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to email Tammy Daybell. She deserves to know what's going on. Charles, in fact, sends an email to Tammy Daybell on June 29th of 2019, informing her of the affair. Charles also sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication. You heard that throughout the trial. They're having an affair. They're talking. They're getting burner phones. And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex. Only 10 days later, 10 days after Charles threatens to go and tell Chad's wife about the affair, Charles is shot and killed. He's shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. We heard from the Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead. Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. And you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Because he also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know, don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream, I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from? He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. He feels trapped when he's at home with his family. Who does Chad want freedom from? Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow is upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him. Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be a visionary. He held himself out to have spiritual gifts, and he would manipulate Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response? I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is gonna be finished and everything is gonna be fine and it's gonna work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lolo. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely no. That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered.
Again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there. She talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they move to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to be moved close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father to go into an account associated only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, "I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary." Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, "Find out her percentage for me and JJ's." What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, "She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad, "Check Tylee. Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful." Her daughter was being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th, pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment, and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark. Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartelink. how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartlink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartlink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September. She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, where's Tylee? Because she didn't see her. Lori's response, don't ask. Zulema talked about how she did see JJ though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, I need you to check JJ. Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori that JJ was getting close. Says, when I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body. On August 10th, again, Lori had asked, please check JJ. Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, is he at 0 yet? Chad's response, yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck, that being Chad had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was on the morning of September 23rd. Said, I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left. They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property, and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic, and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, we saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori. Her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill. Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, he has a nanny. She's really helpful. Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon said that Jeep was missing the tire off the back. He noticed that. And you heard from analyst Heidemann how on October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date. You heard from her sister, Samantha Gwilliam, how because Tammy had been diagnosed with depression at some point, she made it a habit that when she would see her, she would give her a once-over. She would check on her, make sure she looked healthy, make sure she didn't appear to be suffering with the depression. Samantha did that on this trip. And what did she notice? Tammy appeared fine. She noticed no physical problems. Tammy reported no physical problems. She reported no medical issues to Samantha. Samantha saw none. In fact, what did we hear? Tammy put on a clogging routine. She had a nice visit with her family. Both Samantha and Jason Gwilliam talked to you about some changes they'd noticed before that October 4th visit, and particularly with Chad. Chad and Jason had been very good friends. Conversation flowed easily. But that summer of 2019, they talked about Chad and Tammy coming to visit, and Chad was awkward. He didn't really engage with them. They took note of it, but they didn't know what was going on. Then you heard from Samantha how Tammy was down there around her birthday. Samantha didn't even know Tammy was going to be in Utah. Tammy runs up to the door to give her her birthday present, gets to stay just long enough to watch her open it. Chad never left the car. Chad and Jason were friends. And you heard Samantha say they'd had no falling out. Nothing that she could think to explain why Chad wouldn't come into the house. Again, back in July, when Chad and Lori are talking about death percentages, Chad tells Lori he got the inspiration to go back to my, he uses my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned. Chad had the death percentages to track Charles. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Iplos left. It is encouraging. Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. Since he left, Tammy's levels were dropping. Chad then tells Lori, Tammy is at a 3. Chad tells Lori on July 30th of 2019, this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Interestingly enough, Coroner Dye made a similar note in a report that Chad told her something along the lines of Tammy not feeling connected to her body. Chad said that back in July. On October 5th, Chad messages Lori, big news about Tammy. The short version is she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. Tammy's now a zombie, essentially, or she has a dark entity in her. Again, someone's dark, someone's a zombie, the body has to die. And Chad can tell and controls the death percentages. Chad goes on to tell Lori, I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Chad then tells her, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait. Someone's dark, the body has to die. Chad doesn't want to wait. On October 9th of 2019, you all heard about an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Earlier in the day, a device associated with Alex Cox traveled down to Sportsman's Warehouse, and you heard how Alex purchased several items. They were all dark in color, a face mask, a knit beanie, frog tog pants, and mittens. And you heard the gloves were a flip mitt. You could pull them back to do things that you needed your fingers for, such as shooting a gun. You heard how later on the 9th, after going to Sportsman's, that device drove up by the Daybell residence, didn't stop, but was in the vicinity, and then left back to Rexburg. What you also heard was that Alex Cox had purchased a burner phone on October 8th of 2019, just the day before. That device was activated on October 9th of 2019. Chad Daybell also had a new burner phone that he'd activated on October 8th of 2019. And you heard talk of the 401 number. That particular phone was only in contact with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. You heard how around October 9th and in the days after, there were multiple searches conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account. Homer J. Maximus was Alex's account. He had searched drop from 100 yards to 300 yards, 6.5 Grendel. How to prep your AR for the cold, how to load your AR, help load your AR in the cold, how to shoot through a Dodge Dakota, how to shoot through a windshield. You heard that the Daybells owned a Dodge Dakota, and you heard mixed testimony on who drove the car the most. But what was unrefuted is that at a minimum, Tammy did drive that car at times. At a minimum. On October 9th of 2019, there were multiple messages exchanged between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori. The attempted shooting occurred at around 9:15 p.m., and then 4 text messages were exchanged between Alex and Chad between 10:28 and 10:29. Remember, Alex's normal phone or his usual device was left at his apartment, but he had just activated a burner phone. You heard from Zulema that on this same day and around the same time, Lori invited her over to Melanie Pulowski's house in Arizona to conduct a casting on Tammy. And Zulema had told her, we finally have it figured out. We really know how to do this. And you heard from the ladies that what they were taught is if a casting was successful, the body would die or it would naturally expire. They weren't taught that anyone was going to take any action on the body. They were just taught that it would naturally happen. Zulema talked about how that night Lori got a phone call. And she said she had never seen Lori so mad. And when Lori got off the phone, she made a comment along the lines of, that idiot can't do anything right or can't do anything by himself. And when we talk about the timeline on October 9th, you can see there were multiple communications between Chad and Lori and Alex and Chad. The other thing that you notice on here is this incident is reported at 9:41, originally by Joe Murray. And you heard from Joe Murray, he's Tammy's son-in-law. You see that the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was dispatched at 9:45 p.m. And then at 9:49, Tammy made a call into the non-emergency line in Fremont County. 9:52 is when the Fremont County deputy arrives on scene. And why does that matter? Tammy had done a search, or someone using Tammy's account had done a search for first an airsoft gun and second a paintball gun. But when you look at the time of the search, 3:29, if you do the calculations for UTC, it ends up at either close to 8:30 p.m. or close to 9:30 p.m. Attempted shooting happens around 9:15. So around 9:30, Tammy is conducting those searches. Well, why does that matter? Deputy Cannon's not on scene. Deputy Cannon doesn't get to the scene until 9:52. He can't be there when Tammy's looking at anything. He can't be there to know who did the Google searches. And Deputy Cannon talked to you about the fact that he was looking for casings. Why was he looking for casings? Because he didn't know. He thought it could be a rifle. Nobody knew if this was a paintball gun or a rifle. What else we know from Deputy Cannon's report is towards the bottom, when he talked to Joe Murray told him he was cutting wood on his property when he heard Tamara scream. Joe Murray heard his mother-in-law scream. He called 911. Later, Tammy called dispatch. We know Tammy sent an email to her son, Mark, and we reviewed that email several times. We know Tammy called into dispatch, and we reviewed that call several times. Tammy at times refers to it as a paintball gun, but remember how she describes it. He was holding it like it was a rifle. He was pointing it at me. He was pulling the trigger. He was shooting at me. This wasn't someone just pointing a gun. This wasn't a prank. The person was pulling the trigger. She says it was dark. She describes the person dressed all in black, and she describes the person wearing a face mask. Remember, Alex Cox had purchased a face mask earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had purchased black or dark clothing earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had a 6.5 Grendel. Alex Cox was searching about shooting a 6.5 Grendel in the dark or in the cold. Why? You heard from Detective Kaikamanu that it was 26 degrees on October 9th of 2019. You heard in Tammy's own words, he stood there pulling the trigger, shooting. The gun didn't go off or the gun misfired. Alex is searching about how to shoot an AR in the cold. You heard from both Investigator Edwards and Detective Kaikamanu about their training with paintball guns and their training with ARs. You heard from them how the scope on an AR could be mistaken for a hopper on a paintball gun. You further heard when it's dark, it's even harder to tell. You further heard that if the gun is pointed at you, it's going to be that much harder to tell. You also heard that Tammy wasn't familiar with guns. Her own kids, Emma and Garth, told you. They've never seen Tammy with a paintball gun. They've never seen Tammy with an assault rifle. But what do you know? Tammy was scared. Tammy sent a Facebook message warning people. In her email to Mark, Tammy said, "The scared part came later when I realized what could have happened. I didn't want to go out the next night alone after dark." Tammy had no idea someone wanted her dead, but she was still scared by that incident. And we talked about how Alex had done some additional searches, or that account had, about how to shoot with the AR. And you heard how Alex was going to the shooting range in Fremont County from Detective Kaikamanu, and that was before and after this attempted shooting of Tammy. And you heard from Agent Wright how he was going to the shooting range in Rexburg, and he was practicing to shoot long distances. And you heard from Investigator Edwards, he talked to you about how he looked at that gun. He looked at that Grendel 6.5 and it had a pin that was loose. And he explained to you about how if that pin had come loose, that could cause the gun to misfire. Alex didn't know why the gun misfired. That's why he was looking at shooting an AR in the cold. Instead, we do not know of any other attempted shootings of Tammy Daybell. Instead, what we know is that on October 19th of 2019, just before 6 a.m., Chad Daybell and Garth Daybell made a call to 911 to report Tammy's death. Remember how Garth described her. She's stiff and cold. Remember what Chad said. She's clearly dead.
Yeah, she's not even, she's gross.
A little over 24 hours from reporting his wife's death, Chad messages Lori, "I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks." His wife had been reported dead a little over 24 hours before he sent that to Lori. You heard the description of Tammy, stiff and cold, clearly dead. And yet, Garth and Chad say they put her back on the bed. Garth says he hears a thud and his dad calls for him. However, Garth and Chad were consistent. Tammy didn't fall out of bed. Where's the thud? They both describe the top part of Tammy falling out of the bed and her legs being tangled in the sheets. And you heard from the coroner that when she arrived on scene, there was this rag in the bedroom. And she took the rag and she wiped the foam or the sputum that was coming out of Tammy's mouth. But what you also heard from her was it was a rag Chad had already been using. Tammy's clearly dead. The body's been moved. The foam's been wiped. And if we back up to October 18th of 2019, we know Lori was in Hawaii. She was in Hawaii with Melanie Pulowski. You heard how Alex took her down to Las Vegas to drop Lori off at the airport shortly before that. But what's more telling than who was in Hawaii is who wasn't. Melanie Pulowski told you Alex Cox was supposed to go with them on that trip. Alex didn't go because Chad needed help with something. Tammy was possessed. Her death percentage was low. Alex believed Chad 100%. And you heard from several witnesses, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, and Agent Balance, that advice associated with Alex Cox was at a church just 2.6 miles from the Daybell residence from 10:07 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. on October 18th of 2019. Chad needed Alex's help with something. You heard testimony. Alex didn't know anyone else in the area. He knew Chad. Alex didn't know Tammy, but he knew Chad. At 11:53 p.m., the phone, again, there was a data point, about a 7-minute drive from the church. Garth would have gotten home between 1 and 1:30 from his employment. You heard Garth tell you that when he got home, he saw 2 lumps in his parents' bed, assumed it was them. He didn't go check on them. He didn't verify anything to see if they were okay. However, you heard from Micaiah Baglin that what Garth told him, that was when Garth got home from work, he found his mom dead in her bed and his dad was nowhere to be found. And you heard from Deputy Greenalch, and you heard from Deputy Coroner Wilmore and Coroner Brenda Dye. And you heard them talk about what Chad told them when they were on scene. And the statements changed over time. The statements changed as new people came in. Coroner Dye mentioned something about seizures. All of a sudden, oh yeah, Tammy was having seizure-like activity. Nothing in Tammy's medical records support low blood pressure. Nothing in her medical records support seizures. Nothing in her medical records support any kind of a negative drug interaction between homeopathic medications or any other medications Tammy was on. Those were statements provided by Chad Daybell. Initially, based on the information provided solely by Chad, no autopsy was ordered. However, just weeks later, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was contacted by the Gilbert Police Department about that attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. They'd linked the Jeep that was used in that to the Fremont County area. And more specifically, they wanted them to check if it was at on Chad Daybell's property. Shortly after that, an investigation was launched by Fremont County into Tammy Daybell's death. This included exhuming her body. Her body was exhumed so the Utah Medical Examiner's Office could perform a full autopsy and conduct an investigation into the cause and manner of death. And they in fact did that, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. After Tammy's death, you heard how Chad told multiple people that he couldn't stay at the house anymore. He was going to move in with a friend. This was right after Tammy's passing. You also heard how Tammy died on October 19th of 2019, or that's when she was pronounced dead. That was a Saturday. Funeral was held in Springville, Utah on Tuesday, 1 working day to get everything ready. You heard Todd Gilbert say how it felt like Chad just wanted to get it over with. And you also heard from Samantha Gwilliam that she had concerns because Chad indicated he didn't want his name on the headstone. Tammy was going to be buried alone in Springville, Utah. You also heard Patty later talk about she went to the funeral and Chad's talk was disturbing to her. It was disturbing to her because he talked about Tammy's depression and how she was hard to live with. Patty thought that was a little off-putting. Alice Gilbert also thought it was odd, but she thought it was odd that Chad spoke. In her experience, usually it's too difficult for a spouse to give a talk at the funeral. Steve Schultz, who was the mortician from Utah, indicated he thought the timing of the funeral and the fact that there was no autopsy and that Chad didn't want an autopsy was a red flag. So much so that he said he asked Jason William, Chad's brother-in-law, "Do you think he killed Tammy?" When we talk about the timeline of October 18th to the 19th, you can see the communication. Texts between Chad and Lori, Lori and Alex, Chad and Alex, Alex and Lori, and it goes on. They're in constant communication that day between the 18th and the 19th over that time span. Tammy Daybell had an autopsy conducted by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiners. They determined the manner of death to be homicide and the cause to be asphyxiation. Tammy had life insurance, and we talked about a couple different policies. One was Primerica. It was a policy that had been in existence since 2002. Both Chad and Tammy were insured, and they were both each other's beneficiaries. However, Tammy also had insurance through her employment, through the Ballard Insurance, or we also called it Life Map. She had a base of $50,000, and on September 8th, just a little over a month before her passing, she raised her individual amount to the maximum of $80,000. So that policy was now a total of $130,000. Chad submitted claim forms to Primerica and to LifeMap. On both claim forms, he indicated the cause of death was that she died in her sleep. Chad then received and deposited $300,000 from Primerica on October 31st of 2019, and then deposited $130,000 from LifeMap on November 8th of 2019. Again, on both claimant statements, he put the cause of death was she died in her sleep, and maybe more telling on LifeMap, because Chad told people that Tammy was having medical issues. She was having trouble breathing. She was having shaking fits, dizzy spells. He provided information to try to explain her death. However, on the LifeMap claim form, under the question, when did the health of the deceased first become impaired, he wrote October 18th of 2019. When Tammy upped that LifeMap insurance, Chad signed off on it too. Chad knew she had increased that life insurance. You heard how just days after Tammy's death, Chad went and visited with Alice and Todd Gilbert. And he told them about Lori. And shortly after, he brought Lori to meet with them. And Lori and Chad talked about their plans for a future, their plans to be together. What else was telling about that visit? They asked about kids. Chad's response to Alice, Lori had a daughter that died. Tylee hadn't been found yet. They went to dinner with Chad's parents, and you heard from Sheila Daybell. Lori told her, I have a daughter that died. We know on May 6th and 7th, Chad and Lori Googled searches for malachite rings. This was during a time that Tammy and Charles were still alive. We know on August 14th, Lori attempted to purchase a malachite ring. Again, on August 25th of 2019, she again attempted to purchase a ring. Charles was dead, Tammy was alive. On October 2nd, Lori purchased 2 malachite rings. Then she also purchased one more. The other ring was a men's size 11 and a half. And what's telling is that ring was returned on October 4th for a size 11. Then on October 25th, it was returned for a size 10, and that ring wasn't returned. That ring, however, resembled the ring Chad Daybell was wearing in their wedding photos when he and Lori got married on November 5th of 2019, just 17 days after Tammy's death. Chad filled out a rental application for Hawaii. What did he put in there? Clean couple with no pets or children. No pets, no children. Chad and Lori had been messaging in July about a movie. Lori ended up telling him, looks like Kauai a lot. Chad, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad's response again, that is the plan. That is the plan. What is the plan? To be in Hawaii together, to be in Hawaii unencumbered by earthly obstacles, unencumbered by earthly relatives. Chad and Lori got married on the beach in Kauai on November 5th of 2019. Charles was dead. Tammy was dead. Tylee and JJ hadn't been found. No children, no earthly obstacles, married together on the beach. Chad and Lori's bliss didn't last long because Kay Woodcock reported her grandson JJ is missing. And you heard from Detective Hermosillo how in November of 2019, he, along with some other officers, responded to 765 Pioneer Road. You heard how immediately upon arrival, untruths were told. Alex said JJ was with Kay. He said he didn't have a phone number for Lori. Chad said he barely knew Lori and didn't have her phone number. Lori said JJ was with Melanie Gibb and that Chad was her brother's friend. Chad and Lori were married.
Hi, Lori. Sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having Melanie get hold of your friend down there, Melanie.
Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today.
Hello.
Meet you.
So, we're here,
This is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the.
and what did he ask you?
He was just saying that you wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh, you got a notepad?
No, let me get one.
No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
Oh, okay.
So,
Sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Stuff that was going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So.
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
It is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here, obviously. He's kind of my protector. But everyone is causing me trouble right now. So.
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
We've only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter to go to BYUI.
We had two detectives over here trying to.
Looking for you a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into. Well, probably one of your brothers. In
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
They've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad.
Chad from around here? What's his last name? Yeah, okay.
On that same day, Chad called Melanie Gibb and he told her, the police are going to call, don't answer. Melanie talked about how Chad sounded scared. She asked Chad, JJ's not with Kay? Chad's response, no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Later, Lori did reach out to Melanie, and she asked Melanie to lie to the police and say JJ was with her, that she'd taken him to the movie Frozen. She even went so far as to ask Melanie to snap a photo of some kids to try to pass it off as JJ. You heard from Melanie Gibb. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori. They had told her law enforcement was dark. She initially told police JJ had been with her. Pretty quickly after, she corrected her statement with law enforcement and told them she never had JJ. He'd never been with her. She didn't know where he was. On December 8th of 2019, Melanie Gibb decided to place a phone call to Chad and Lori.
Okay, I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Alex said Melanie didn't want to know where he was.
Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well.
Remember how JJ was found? He was found discarded in Chad Daybell's backyard. Lori said he's safe and he's happy. Chad Daybell is standing there with Lori when she makes those statements. No chime in from Chad. But Chad knew Kay didn't have him.
So is there kids that are not involved, or they're what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
No, it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's
You just heard an excerpt of Chad talking to Jason Williams. But before that, on that December 8th call with Melanie Gibb, Chad ends up chiming in, and he's trying to explain the Tammy situation. People are out to get us. People are making stuff up, such as my sister-in-law. Tammy died naturally. Tammy died in her sleep. Tammy was having health issues. Her heart was about to give out. My kids will testify to that.
So is there kids that are not involved, or they're what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay. No,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's separate from the Tammy situation.
Again, Chad trying to distance and explain the Tammy situation separate from the kids. But it wasn't separate. Chad determines if people are dark or possessed. Chad rates their death percentage, and we all know what Chad said. Dark people, possessed people, the body has to die. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all labeled as dark by Chad Daybell.
It's a simple situation, but we just can't tell you because then you'd have to be involved.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I get it. That's fine. So at that point, they're talking about bringing down like a host of like FBI people involved and stuff. And I'm like, I don't
Just a-
want, you know, I don't need that. It's Christmas. So, you know, that's where I'm just going, all right, that's interesting. So, okay.
Well, you don't know anything, which
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything, and so that's good news at that point in time, so, okay.
I don't know how they would have done that other than Heather.
You heard from both Melanie Gibb and Jason William. They recorded these calls. They were both hoping to help locate JJ and Tylee. They still hadn't been located. You also heard some recorded calls that were recorded by Ian Pulowski. In those calls, you hear Chad and Lori repeatedly refer to law enforcement as dark. Some of them are even disciples of Cain. They're so dark. Melanie Pulowski at one point asks what she's supposed to do about Detective Hermosillo because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he finds those kids, and she wants advice from Chad. What does she do? Chad's response, get out of his way. He doesn't say, and Lori doesn't say, we'll produce the children, we'll come and help you. Chad actually tells her, well, they are going to continue to bug you because you're the only one they can locate right now. She's the only one they knew where she was. Back in October, Lori had messaged Alex, or had messaged Chad about Alex. She had some concerns. She ends up telling Chad he would be the one they use to get us both. Who is they? Law enforcement. You heard Melanie Gibbs' statement in that recording. Alex said, I don't want to know where JJ is. You know who labels people dark. You know what has to happen to the body. And Alex believed Chad 100%. In November of 2019, Chad gave Alex a patriarchal blessing.
And you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Always.
Alex was Lori's protector.
I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We are going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Mm-hmm. Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of.
Alex is a member of the Church of the Firstborn. You heard testimony about Lori and Chad's mission. Their mission, part of it, to gather the 144,000. Chad was a self-appointed leader or gatherer and the leader of the Church of the Firstborn.
You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already done things for them that could never be repaid.
I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you will now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and that will be bestowed upon you.
Alex had been cleaned. Whatever acts he'd done, he'd been absolved of them now, according to Chad. On December 11th of 2019, Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed. Chad and Lori had a conversation with Alex that day, and Zulema talked to Alex after that. She said Alex seemed worried when he got off the phone. She questioned him. Alex ended up telling her he was worried he was going to be their fall guy. When pushed further, Alex said, I am either a man of God or I am not. Alex believed Chad 100%. Melanie Gibb had asked Lori at one point if she believed what Chad told her. Lori had responded that she did, but that if he was a Satan, he sure was a good one. On December 12th of 2019, on December 12th of 2019, Alex Cox ended up dying the day after Tammy's body was exhumed. An autopsy was conducted on Tammy's body, and you heard from both Dr. Eric Christensen and Dr. Lily Marsden. They both unequivocally testified the manner of death was a homicide, the cause asphyxiation. And you heard them talk about the different manners of death. And you heard Dr. Christensen just yesterday talk about no sign the asphyxiation was a suicide, no sign the asphyxiation was natural, no sign the asphyxiation was accidental. That left homicide, death by the hands of another. They talked about the bruises on Tammy. They talked about the fact those could be consistent with being restrained. They talked about the exhaustive toxicology tests that were done to try to ensure they had the correct cause of death. They talked about considering all the other natural possibilities, seizures, cardiac arrhythmia. And they talked about how they went through that process to reach their final conclusion. They talked about they followed their normal protocol. They gathered evidence, they gathered information, and you heard Dr. Christensen talk about that. Normally, you give a medical history. With his patients, they can't. They have to rely on collateral sources and collateral information. They gather the medical records and they gather reports and statements surrounding that person's death, so they ensure they reach the correct conclusion. Again, both of them were consistent in their findings, homicide by asphyxiation. You further heard from multiple of Tammy's coworkers and friends that she didn't have any known health issues. Tammy was very active by all accounts. She participated in fitness classes. She participated in clogging. She never missed work. She was reliable and a hard worker. The only reported health concerns to law enforcement came from Chad Daybell. You heard several officers talk about that, agents, investigators. Chad's kids didn't want to talk to law enforcement. They didn't want to provide information. The information came from Chad. Chad told people different things regarding Tammy's death. Heather Daybell, Jason William, the coroner. Tammy was sick, coughing, found her at 6 a.m. dead. Also to Heather Daybell, no autopsy because the coroner had found matter in her throat. There was no testimony of that. She died of an embolism, also told to Heather Daybell. Chad said Tammy woke up at midnight, throwing up, and died at 2 a.m. Consistent that it's an embolism, different time of death to Alice Gilbert. Tammy was sick, coughing, went to bed around 10. Chad went at 1 and found her cold and dead on the floor to Hannah Munoz. Again, remember, Hannah went through the funeral line or the viewing line twice, once with each parent. Second time, Chad said she'd been coughing violently. Both went to bed at 10. He woke up at midnight and her body fell out of bed. While Tammy's autopsy was being conducted, while the kids were still missing, while Alex passed away, Chad and Lori remained in Hawaii, on the island of Kauai, living out the plan as set forth by Chad Daybell. They had money, power, sex, and no obstacles, and specifically no earthly relatives, no encumbrances. However, they left a wake of destruction and tears for those that had trusted them. Chad and Lori consistently told those around them it was all a misunderstanding. To Jason Williams, it's a simple situation. The kids were safe and it would all be cleared up in time. However, neither Chad or Lori ever came forward to provide any information on the whereabouts of the kids. On June 9th and 10th of 2020, you heard multiple officers, investigators, detectives talk to you about the search of Chad Daybell's property. Agent Daniels described in detail how the search was conducted, and you heard multiple officers talk about the scene, the smell, the process, and the callousness of the way the children were discarded. You heard how the officers present at Tylee's scene were on their hands and knees, sifting through the dirt with their hands, small tools, in an attempt to locate Tylee's bones and her other remains. Tylee had been discarded in a pet cemetery with some of her remains in the fire pit as well. The investigators collected the bones, tissue, organs, and what has been described as a burnt mass. That's what was left behind of this young lady. Tylee had a whole life ahead of herself. You heard how JJ was buried by the pond, and you heard how once the soil was removed, there were rocks. Once the rocks were removed, there were boards. And once those boards were removed, you heard how they found JJ. JJ was 7 years old. We'd heard multiple testimony, multiple talk of Lori asking Chad about a plan, of Lori asking Chad for confirmation of the plan. And one of those things that we heard was a call that took place on June 8th of 2020. I think in the slide it was dated as 2019. That call took place on June 8th of 2020, the day before Tylee and JJ were found. Lori wanted confirmation of the plan. The judge is going to give you jury instructions, and we talked clear back in jury selection about those jury instructions. But I just want to remind you, when we're talking about a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. Only one of those persons has to commit one overt act. So one act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And you're going to be given jury instructions, and they'll have the overt acts listed out. And looking at the overt acts, endorse and espouse religious belief for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying murder, You heard testimony from multiple witnesses, Lieutenant Hermosillo, Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastenis, Ian Pulowski, David Warwick, Alice and Todd Gilbert. There were Temple records, iCloud records, Verizon records. You heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas, as well as Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, that Lori changed Tylee's money to go to her on August 16th of 2019. You heard that Lori, Tylee, JJ, and Alex moved from Chandler to Rexburg. You heard about that through multiple investigators, multiple witnesses. You heard how Chad Daybell Googled south-southwest wind and visited a website. Detective Stubbs talked about that. Analyst Heidemann talked about that. You heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright, as well as Patrick Eller, how Alex went to apartment 175 in those early morning hours of September 9th. You heard, again, from Detective Considas, forensic accountant Douglas, Mark Sari, and Agent Hart, that Lori did not report to the Social Security Administration. She continued to collect that money. There's evidence of that in the iCloud accounts and bank records. Similarly, same type of evidence to support, she continued to wrongfully collect those Social Security benefits. On or about September 23rd, Alex took possession of JJ. Lori tells Warwick and Gibb, JJ's with Alex, refuses to let David Warwick see him on the 23rd, and the night before, David and Melanie had seen him with Alex. We heard multiple clips from that November 26th interview with Lori Vallow, where she provided false information. JJ wasn't with Gibb. She was married to Chad. She didn't provide truthful information. September 23rd to February 1st, again, similar to Tylee in the Social Security, Lori failed to report that. You heard about that through those financial timelines that were presented and that testimony. September 9th, similarly, she continued to wrongfully collect that money. She didn't report it. She continued to collect it. Again, that Chad and Lori espoused religious beliefs in an attempt to justify their actions. You heard multiple witnesses talk about that. On September 1st, again, we've already talked about that. Multiple witnesses, multiple evidence showing they moved to Idaho. And again, remember, those text messages designating Tylee, JJ, and Tammy as dark happened before that move. Text messages with Chad and Lori regarding death percentages, we just discussed those today. You heard about them through Agent Hart, through those iCloud records. Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone. We heard about him obtaining multiple phones, multiple phone numbers. We talked about Alex Cox obtaining a burner phone on October 9th. Text messages between Chad, Lori, and Lori about Tammy being possessed. Again, we talked about those today. They came in through Investigator Edwards and Agent Hart. September 8th, Chad signed that application to increase Tammy's life insurance. His signature's on that policy. Emma Daybell talked to you about that. Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy on October 9th. Talked about that. You heard from multiple witnesses about the firearm, about what was reported. Deputy Cannon, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, Agent Balance. Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches. So we talked about that, the Homer J. Maximus account, the searches about how to shoot the AR in the cold, and different things regarding a Grendel 6.5, as well as shooting through a Dodge Dakota. Alex being at the gun ranges, we talked about that again today. Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, all talked to you about that. Alex traveling to Sportsman's Warehouse on October 9th. Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Investigator Edwards, Detective Kaikamanu, all talked to you about that location data and the recovery of the items purchased, or the identification of the items purchased, I should say. Alex being at the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on October 18th, 2019. You heard about that information from Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Detective Kaikamanu, and Investigator Edwards. One other instruction that's going to be talked about and the court already has is principle to commit first-degree murder. When we're talking about principle, it can include aiding and abetting, so advising or assisting, encouraging, commanding, coercing another. Chad didn't ever have to actually physically cause the death of another person if you believe the state has met our burden with one of those other elements. If Chad advised or assisted, encouraged, commanded, coerced, and if it was premeditated, so planned or intended. Tammy Daybell was a 49-year-old mother of 5, a new grandmother. Chad labeled her as dark or possessed. Her death percentage was low. We know what happens to the body. Tammy had to die. Tylee Ryan, a 16-year-old young lady with her life ahead of her. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. We know what has to happen. Tylee has to die. JJ Vallow, a 7-year-old little boy with most of his childhood and his whole life ahead of him. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. JJ has to die. All 3 victims gone too soon.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the state's
Yay.
closing. At this time, we are going to take a lunch recess. We will go ahead and resume with the defense closing starting at 2 o'clock. Is that all right, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be fine. I think that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll be in recess till then.
All right.
Am I muted?
No, you're not.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
So what did we learn? We didn't really learn anything. You asked me a question right while she was in her closing statements. So Lori is currently in Arizona. She's not in prison. She's in jail. So
yeah, that's
she-
what Ellis. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Was saying that she was recently transferred to Arizona prison to wait charges for Charles' death.
right. So she was sentenced with 3 life sentences to be done consecutively, not concurrent. And that was Judge Boyce sentenced her last year to that. So she was in prison in Idaho, and then they moved her to the Arizona jail to wait for trial. So she is currently in whatever county jail is there.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. So did Miss Blake bring up when JJ scratched Chad's face? So we don't have a direct correlation on that, but she did bring up the fact that Chad's face had scratches on it.
Mm-hmm.
So because it wasn't direct evidence, she couldn't say that that's what it was, but she did say Chad had scratches on his face and someone asked about it.
Right.
So, oh my God, the cat snoring. All right. Very well done, Miss Blake. We agree.
Yep.
I'll have to say that Miss Blake is an excellent speaker and has
She
her
is.
facts and figures done
She's an excellent speaker.
really well. My theory is that Pryor is going to stumble, mispronounce words, forget things.
Bishopric. It's my favorite. Bishopric.
Bishopric. Was it supposed to be Bishop Rick or something?
Bishopric, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He kept saying bishopric, which is so funny. And it's so funny that when you live in Idaho, I lived in southern Idaho for a little bit. I wasn't Mormon, But because there's so many Mormons there,
Mm-hmm.
you learn a lot just by being in the community.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a choice when 80% of the people around you are talking, certain things. You pick up the lingo, the jargon.
Right. You pick up the lingo, you pick up the jargon. So he's there where BYU is in Rexburg, and he would have heard, he probably dated a couple Mormons,
Yeah.
as nasty as he is. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think I understand what he's trying to do.
It's all an act.
It's
It
all an
is
act, but
totally an act.
Yeah. So like what DJ's saying is that I literally cannot bear the sound of Pryor's voice. Every time he opens his mouth, my muscles tighten up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that also could be what he's going for. Make yourself look worse than the person. then it's like, well, compared to Pryor,
Yeah.
Chad's okay. I can listen to him talk and not cringe.
Well, he hasn't said anything.
Well, no, all of his when
All
they're
of the
playing back the
mumbling.
audio and the mumbling where he's doing his prayer.
Yeah. I'm sure a better lawyer, he didn't have much to work with.
No.
He really didn't.
No.
He's working with a whole lot of nothing.
I mean, and if you think about it, all of his star witnesses are liars and people that you don't believe and who speak worse than Chad and himself put together.
Yeah.
So
his witnesses really hurt his case. He didn't have a lot. But Lori, I don't think anyone came to her defense. I don't know. Because hers was audio, it was such a different experience than this one.
yeah, yes, I want to listen to this aggressive Pryor attitude.
We may not mute ourselves. We were respectful of Miss Blake. But we may not mute ourselves for.
Yeah, we'll see how the test, the closing statement for Pryor goes. We might just
we might have to overtalk him.
yeah, and I might have to make myself a drink, and because man, I tell you, after listening to how horrible, like, because you're taking everything that we've learned over these few weeks and condensed it down to one summary. It hits harder than just listening to it continually day after day.
Yeah, I mean, we spent whole weeks of just deep dives into geofences and phone records, and there was it got tedious after a while.
So Anna says, do we think Chud is in his portal sending bad juju to the people that testified? I think Chud is sending bad juju to everybody, including us. Like, if you're talking about this or listening to this, there's bad juju coming your way.
And especially Hermosillo. Like, he's sending Hermosillo the worst.
So Anna also says, overtalk him, please. We need to laugh to make it through.
All right. We'll do that.
Yeah. God, these people are rough. Is it not? Okay, there it goes. It was moving. Okay. I saw the lag on the screen. It looked like I was frozen, but I was reading. So here we go. Yeah. So I think we have an hour?
An hour, yes. We'll come back.
Yeah. So guys, talk amongst yourself. We might put some music on for you. But we'll be back and we will try to make it through
Pryor's closing
statements.
All right, so here's a good question.
Mhm, yeah.
Are we going to get the verdict today?
Ooh. What's
Or
everybody's thought?
Are we going to get it tomorrow,
Is
Friday?
jury going to come back with a verdict today? And if not, what day are we going to hear this? Because what is today right now? Today is Thursday? No,
Today's
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
So my guess is Thursday evening, Friday morning. That's my guess.
You think so?
Yeah. And there was also a point too that I remember someone saying that, like, they were on a jury and they wanted to go through all of the evidence. And if I was, and I agree with that. If I was a defendant, I would want the jury to at least go through everything, that all the evidence piece by piece, and not just sit down and go, yeah, he's guilty, and then that's it. I would at least want that time to make it look like the jury is actually deliberating this, even though they might think, yeah, this guy's guilty, no problem.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got No verdict today from Anna. Winkler is doing the right thing, sleeping and ignoring. Oh, Winky, yeah.
Yeah.
Winky is doing the right thing, sleeping and ignoring Pryor. Oh, man, I wish I was Winky right now.
Yeah.
He is snug and he is comfortable. Okay, so Anna thinks Friday morning. Mace is saying end of day tomorrow 4, and Destroying Icons is saying Friday morning.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
yeah, I think any one of those could definitely be accurate.
So I think we should start drinking, get some popcorn, and get ready for for Pryor.
Right. So we might do a drinking game. All right, guys, what do you think? A drinking game. Every time Pryor forgets a word, we have to do a shot.
It's brutal. Every time.
So
every time
our
you
kids
miss
will come in and end the stream later because we're going to be passed out on the floor.
Wait, there's some streamers that just got arrested for child endangerment for doing exactly that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's big news recently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
cheers. Anna says cheers.
So don't joke about stuff like that.
That they had to come in and stop the stream because they were passed out. Is that what happened, or?
It was child endangerment. It was a lawyer, YouTuber, that would go on stream every day. This is a big case that just happened.
Really?
Yeah. So he's a streamer, and I don't know what his wife is. He does legal commentary, so he did legal commentary on the Amber Heard stuff.
Yeah.
And he would go on every single day. And they have started using drugs and alcohol. So he was always drinking as part of his shtick.
Yeah.
And then recently he started using drugs, and I guess his pastor went to authorities and said that the kids are being neglected. And
yeah, it's probably not just the stream, but there's more stuff involved.
Yeah.
With that too.
Yeah.
If your preacher's doing that, he's seen stuff that is not on the stream. So, but
yeah, so he was arrested, and I think the wife was arrested too. I don't, but I know he was.
All right, so Destroying Icon says, "Oh, that would be so fun. I'm at work, or I joined it." Yeah, Destroying, keep your job, man. Don't. You don't want to lose your job, especially over Chad Daybell.
Yeah,
you do not want to lose your job over Chad
Pryor
Daybell or Pryor. Mace says a shot every time he misstates the evidence.
Yeah.
Or how about every time and DJ says, how about every time he tries to pin it on Melanie Gibb?
Yeah. Where you blame Melanie. Yeah, I like that.
Let me get my Patreon ready. My kids are adults. I'm good.
Ours are not quite adults, but they are very self-sufficient.
They're old enough and they're very self-sufficient. But you know what? I mean, honestly, they're gonna have so much evidence for their therapist on. Here, let me pull up the stream whenever, to show you how bad my parents were.
Yeah. I have video evidence.
YouTube's forever, baby. All right, guys. So hopefully you'll stick with us. We will be back. We're going to go get ready. We're going to get some drinks warmed up and some popcorn. And yeah, let's have some fun with this.
4:00 Eastern, 1:00.
Yep, 4:00
time.
Eastern time. And if you're in Australia, I don't know what time that is.
4:00, 3:00.
Probably 3 or 4 o'clock, yeah.
All right.
So we'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you so much.
Bye.
peripheral computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Beer glass down here. Oh, okay. I thought you were drinking beer left up here.
Like if it shows live and it's not red, that means you're not currently live. If you click on it, it advances all the way to the end.
Huh.
Here, see how it says white and it's not lit? If you click it, it makes you go live. Like, and once it's red, that means you're at the live part.
Interesting.
Yeah. That recently.
I don't know much about that YouTube live stuff.
Things. All right. Oh, let's go ahead and make the pours.
Oh, there's the garbage.
Oh, we've already had it collected. Is that recycling maybe?
Yeah.
I just let you know it has lime on the bottom.
A lime?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Mint.
Oh, there's already mint in there.
Let's see how we did. It has to be the recycling. We already had our trash. That's a good way of measuring. Oh no, you're good. It's already got vodka in it.
Oh, this has got vodka in it?
Yes, all you gotta do is put
Ginger beer?
and
Okay.
you're ready to go. And you are ready to partay. P-A-R-T-Y.
You know, we need a trash bin in here.
We do. Actually, you know what we can do right now?
Just use that. Yeah. Put that back there. We can leave those in there. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, what's the time? 2 minutes. You want some popcorn?
I do. Popcorn. And Moscow mules.
Right now, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
A whole lot. We don't need a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's 4 o'clock.
They always start late.
Yeah.
Well, my time says 3:58, so.
Mm. That's for shots. Not saying, just saying.
Yeah, I do a shot.
Every time he mispronounces a word.
I think every time he mispronounces a Mormon word.
Yeah. I think you're just trying to get out of it because he's probably not going to mention Mormon phrases. Oh, no. Yeah, so you wonder what time they're going to actually start. Yeah, honestly, I like this vodka so much. I don't mind drinking it straight like constantly.
That's a good vodka.
It's a really...
I don't know. Is my microphone working?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're the red.
Okay.
Here, let's do a quick test.
So this is a good learning experience for the soldiers of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually... Okay, cool. Cool.
Your microphone is on and it sounds amazing.
Yeah, you set it up.
Well, I was going to say it's your voice. But
Oh. You're so funny.
I feel like a Smurf that's being asphyxiated or something like that.
You know.
See?
Like, you know.
So, you know.
Hard piece.
Oh, yeah. We've had like 2 sips of the drink and we're already there.
All right. We have a whole bunch of mint from our garden.
Oh, yeah.
This is very nice.
It's as fresh as you can get.
Yep. With
Scrape the bugs off.
Bugs and all. So next week we're going to do another podcast on a local Atlanta cult. I don't know if you've heard, I don't know if anyone's still on or not, but
No, it's just 7.
these folks are called Soldiers of Christ, and they murdered a woman and left her at a Korean spa in our district that we're in.
In our hood, yo.
Yeah. Yeah. And so this is good prep work for that court case that's about to come up.
Hey, Mace. Got eyes.
On soldiers.
All rise.
Oh, hey,
District
good
Court's
timing,
minute
Mace.
session.
All right, here we go, Pryor.
Thank you. Please be
Popcorn.
seated.
We're munching in the...
No.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, we could have the jurors return to the courtroom, please.
Pryor's going to knock it out of the court.
Have you ever been called for jury duty?
No.
I don't think you ever have.
No, one time. And Boyce is on it.
Yeah, he's great.
With Fulton County.
Yeah, Fulton used to call me all the time.
All the time, yeah. And their system was all messed up. So you had to show up to be told whether or not you were going to do anything or not. But there was also a phone number you could dial. And I was going out of town for work.
Oh, I remember. Yeah. So you
And
were
so-
called, yeah.
And they said, call in. You have to call in for that. But it was so messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept telling them I couldn't make it. And then I got a nasty gram, and I was like, I called you like 6 times letting you know every day you have to call them and tell them you can't show up.
Mm-hmm.
And I did. And they still said you didn't fail
All
your
right,
to
please.
appear.
You'd have to like go to the ballpark, and then they would bus you into the Fulton thing.
The old ballpark. Yep.
Yeah. So I think I got called 3 times at Fulton, but never once for Cobb, never for Gwinnett.
No.
Never, which is weird. You would think Gwinnett I would get called as much as I got called for Fulton.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe it's because we were living in the city center.
Thank you.
Maybe
Please be
that's
seated.
why.
Could be it too.
We are a swing state, so you probably know all these counties.
All right,
Yes,
we're
we
back
are.
on the
This
record
is a
on
purple
case
state
CR
now.
22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We
He's
just concluded
echoing.
the lunch recess. At this time, the state completed its closing argument.
Hearing it
It's
from
now time for the defense to make its closing
It was that way before.
argument. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready?
Is he ready? Can't hear him. He's like, I'm
Yes,
not
you
ready.
may.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Okay, we'll enact that. You can use the wireless microphone as well.
Make it stop. This is like,
Can I just quit today?
he tried to quit earlier. You know
Did he
that?
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then he had that other lawyer pull that stunt with the,
Oh,
what are we seeing here? What is this? Oh my God. And
flat
then,
Earth theory.
Folks hear me?
then
Okay,
the
thank you.
universe was created and the prophet was born.
Oh my God.
I
Wow.
promise you.
What a lovely spread you have there. Looks like bloody Lori's. Oh,
Got
too
about
soon.
15 slides. Not going to be long. I
No.
want to touch on a few points,
Okay.
and then I want to spend a little bit of time talking
So we're
to you
having
folks a
Moscow
little bit
mules,
about the case.
popcorn,
Okay?
and we have some vodka shots.
I
just in
promise
case.
you this isn't going to take 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Screw you.
It'll be briefer, but there are some points that
you
I
say
need to
be
touch
briefer?
on, and then I would respectfully ask for your
Just
attention in
asking, is
regards to
legal in
that.
Idaho?
There's no,
I
I
want
don't
to
think
start
so.
out with the first
Okay.
slide, and the reason I did this is because in order for there to be
It's like a
conviction,
chain.
it's a chain of links that the prosecutor attorney has to go through.
Uh-huh.
Chad Daybell, the first
He's already
link is
lost
that he's
me.
presumed innocent.
He already lost.
He's
I'm
presumed
already done
innocent
with it.
now. He was presumed innocent during the trial. He's presumed innocent throughout the trial.
Presumed.
When it goes back to the jury and you consider the evidence, that's when you make the
God, did you just make
decision.
a mistake?
And that's how that works.
Damn it.
Throughout the trial, from the
Oh my
very
God, we're
beginning
gonna like be done for.
to the
Bottles will be
middle
empty by the
to
time
the
this is
end
over.
of today, the entire burden has been on the state, okay? And the
Yeah.
definition of what has to be proven by the
This is
state
exactly
is
exactly
beyond a
how I
reasonable
expected this.
doubt.
He's got nothing.
Well, it's not just that; it's the way
The
he
state
talks.
must prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think most people
Now,
plead
you've
out.
heard
Like
some
more,
information
most
previously
rational
from the other
people
attorney about
would
what
plead at this
Yeah.
the
point.
state has to prove.
So the
One of
odds
the things the
lawyer
state has to
having
prove
do
in
this
regards
shit
to the
in
conspiracy
front of
charges
thousands
is
of
that there was an
people,
agreement.
I mean, that's brutal.
Okay. And if you recall, when we were going through the voir dire process, that fancy French word that talks about when we were trying to select the
thought it
jury, I
was
talked to you
Latin.
and asked a number of you
Yeah,
what an
vodka.
agreement is. What do you believe an agreement is?
I don't know what an agreement
Okay.
is.
But the state has to prove that Chad
Converted.
Daybell,
What is he showing?
with Lori Vallow,
I
or with
seriously-
Alex Cox, or with other
Is this like
co-conspirators
Mars,
that they haven't
or is this
named,
Earth and the crust.
Wait, what does it say?
with one of them entered into
State
some
must
sort of an
prove
agreement
every element beyond a reasonable doubt.
to kill the children
I
and to
think
kill
those are
Tammy
the
Daybell.
different because it's like an onion.
And then you have to show that
That's
Chad's
layers.
involvement in that. That's the next thing the state has
Crime
to
is like
show.
an onion.
Then they have to show that there was evidence of the murder.
Oh my God, there's the chain.
Jury
Okay.
instruction
chains.
number 3
Is he doing a YouTube video on
talks about,
indoctrination?
again, what I just talked about. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of conspiracy with Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, who's deceased, and or other conspirators, both known and unknown.
There is
And then it goes on, and I'll talk this a little bit out. The crime
Melody
of
Gibb.
conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. Okay, it can't be an agreement that we have consistent religious beliefs. It can't be an agreement that
not?
we talk about, we are going to kill these children. We are going to agree to kill Tammy Daybell.
What?
No.
You can hear all the testimony in the world about dark
He's
spirits.
getting angry already. So
You can hear all the testimony in
what
the
he
world
says is
about
that
light and
it
dark.
can only be a conspiracy
You
in a
can hear
religion
all the
if
testimony in the
religion says
world
we agree to kill
about
these
death
children,
percentages.
like
Weird.
outwardly.
And if you remember when we talked about death
No.
percentages with Officer K, who I think is here today,
It's there, right there.
one of the text messages or the messages that he put up that he pulled off when he did his Google search is about Tammy and Chad talking about death percentages,
Okay.
talking about light and dark.
Yeah.
You heard from Emma Murray
Ugh.
how Emma Murray talks to her father. Now, they used a different term, but in Chad's traditional religion, his traditional LDS faith, it was not uncommon to talk about light and dark. It was not uncommon because we showed you the message between Tammy and Mark and Chad where they talked about death percentages. Okay? Now, the state brings up, yes, oh, Chad put a death percentage on Tylee and JJ and Tammy, and they're all dead. But you also heard testimony from one of the state's experts that said, we don't know if it was a high number or a low number, and there's confusion as to what that means.
Yes.
That's true.
But it was consistently,
like
if
to
it
go
was a low
back
number, they all died.
To the discussion
No,
that we
I think a
had
better point would have been the
with
Boudreaux
one of the
kids
FBI
didn't die,
agents who
and they
mentioned
had
that there were
low-
thousands.
They were dark spirits too.
Yeah,
and
but just they didn't get to them
thousands
yet.
Yeah, that's
of
true.
messages.
That's exactly.
They got arrested before
An
that. so-
enormous amount of,
Or those kids
of
would have.
evidence here. You
Horrible to
heard
think
from
about.
my expert, Patrick Eller. He talked about, I think the Library of Congress holds 1 terabyte of evidence if we went paper to paper through the whole
What?
building.
No, yeah,
And we
that's
had
not what he
6
said.
terabytes. 6 bounds of paper that would fit in 6 libraries of Congress.
No,
No,
And
he
what has
says math
happened is
wrong.
you've been
No.
shown a handful
He's
of
got his
text
computers wrong.
messages
He's got,
that talk about a plan, that talk about death percentages,
okay, as an IT guy,
that talk about
he
light
just
and
made me
dark,
angry.
talk about a variety of subjects.
You liked him up
But
until
what you
that
didn't
point.
hear
Oh,
is
yeah.
you didn't
He
hear
was
about
my-
the
I was
thousands and thousands
a
of
number one
messages that
fan
talked about
prior
religious beliefs,
until
talked
that.
about a
And
variety
now-
of other
Now you don't
topics.
like him.
And if we look at each and every one of ours position, you can always find a text message or a message of some kind that may be slanted or turned in a way to benefit one position or another. And that's not particularly uncommon. How often is it you send out a text message to somebody and it's misconstrued? How often is it that you send
That's
an
fair.
electronic message to somebody through an email and
That's
it's
fair.
misunderstood? Or maybe it's
Sure, but
looked at in a
he's saying
different
one
way.
thing,
You mean that
and
when
the
I
evidence is completely,
You know, as a
the opposite.
society,
when
we've
I
lost
sent
our
that
ability
email to my
to
girlfriend
communicate.
and said
Doing what I'm
my
doing
wife's
today
about to die,
is a lost art.
that could be misconstrued.
Misconstrued.
Lawyers have to do this, especially in our position. But many of people
You
who
know
are
what
in
he meant by
jobs,
that.
what it's done is send me a quick email,
It could be
send me a
anything
text
by
message,
killing kids.
tell me what you feel.
In my,
And
my
sometimes
text
those
message.
messages can be construed. The prosecuting attorney
Now he's
talked
he's
about,
leaned forward.
oh, there was a plan. And insinuating to you, suggesting to you that this plan was to kill the children. And at no time did the prosecuting attorney show you a text message that said, let's kill the kids, let's kill Tammy.
You don't need that in a text message.
Okay.
And
Instead, they talked about a plan. This is what we're looking to do in the future. Okay?
He's
That's what they
trying.
said to you. And they're trying to insinuate or suggest
He's
to you
doing his
that in
job.
God,
some
the
way
IT
that
number's
means,
wrong,
well,
okay?
that
I
means
can be angry.
that we're going to kill the kids. No, the plan was, and whether you believe with Chad's religious beliefs or not, whether you accept his religious beliefs, the 144,000, that's his beliefs. He was a gatherer. He was a gatherer of the 144,000, and he said, I want to gather people, the sick, the elderly, the children, the impoverished, those that can't handle for themselves, and
He didn't
those
want
that
any
may
of
be
that.
able to go on and
I never saw that.
become a part and parcel as this gatherer that he suggests would put together the
No
144,000 in
counter
Rexburg.
argument as to what happened.
Now,
to
whether
the
you think
kids.
that's
Right.
crazy
Nothing.
or not, it doesn't matter.
No counter argument.
Whether you
too.
agree with light and dark, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with death percentages, it doesn't matter. He's entitled to his beliefs.
I agree
Every
with
one
that.
of us
Yeah.
has beliefs. Every one of us believes,
But this is not about
has a
beliefs,
certain
though.
core
This is
set
the
of beliefs that we believe in. And
Indoctrination
think
that
about,
becomes
are they all
action.
rational?
Right.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Everybody
I
has
believe in you prior.
pursuits that they want to pursue and things they want to do in their future.
You got it,
You know,
future. You got it.
I wanted to be a professional fisherman,
Oh,
not really good at fishing. Wasn't going to work out. Wasn't
I
going to
really
make a
hate
lot
him
of
now.
money, but it can still be a dream. I always wanted a 30-inch waist. That's not happening,
Oh my God, I
folks.
thought he was gonna
It's
say
just
something
not
different.
going to happen. I'm too old and maybe not as motivated as I
it's
should be.
inappropriate. You
But we all have
pervert.
dreams. Now, how do we know these are dreams that Chad talks about? Because for 15 years, he was writing books. He was writing books about things that he was passionate about. And if you know anything about authors, when they're passionate about something, anybody comes up to them and brings
Do you
up a
know anything
subject
about
and
authors?
says, let's talk about religion.
I know things about
You've
Rogers,
opened the
but not
floodgates.
Arthur's.
And it's very easy for you to go out
Yeah,
there and
Joe
say,
didn't land.
I want to talk about my religion. I want to tell you all about all of these
Got it.
things. And at some point, when you start writing books and you go to these
I think he's
preparing
talking
the
about
people
Aaron Hubbard,
conferences,
to be honest with you.
and you meet all of these people, and you
I
feel
think
like,
that's who
well,
he's talking
maybe
about.
I've
And he
become a
just wrote
little bit of a
simple books, and
celebrity.
they didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
No.
In this case, I don't want to become a celebrity. I've had enough now at this point.
Aw.
But you know, Chad writes books and he goes to these conferences and he talks about all of these religious beliefs. He talks about his premonitions. He talks about things that he thinks he can predict. Do you believe him? You don't have to. You don't have to believe anything he stands for.
Yeah,
Nobody does.
I think you do.
But he has a right to talk about it.
That's
And he has a right to say what he wants to say.
Mhm.
And that's one of the distinctions, folks.
He looks really pale.
Requires,
doesn't he?
involves an agreement.
Chad?
Yeah.
As
It
far as that
requires an
body knowledge.
agreement. You don't get to the overt acts. You don't get to all of the things the prosecutor has said about all of the things these people have done until you establish that Chad Daybell, by evidence and testimony in the last 2 months, has shown that there's been an agreement between him and Lori, him and Alex, or anyone else. There's no agreement.
It doesn't have
Show
to
me
be an
the
agreement.
text message that says there's an agreement. Show me the text message that says this is what we're going to do. You were showing some
He's not
things that
wrong.
talk about plans. Yeah, the plans of the 144,000. The plans of putting together
He's
this,
bringing the religion
this
back
village
into
of
it again, and
people to
that's-
help all of these
he says
people
the
out and do
religion
all of
doesn't matter,
this.
but he keeps bringing that up.
Traditional Mormon faith beliefs.
Look at-
Traditional Mormon
Chad's
faith
like agreeing with
beliefs.
him. Like he's
Those traditional Mormon faith beliefs that also included things like
'Cause he told him what to say.
celestial
I didn't defend him.
marriages, being able to marry someone in the celestial realm and do that, going to a temple and saying, up there, I'm allowed to get married in the celestial because that's what we were taught. That's traditional. I'm allowed to do all of these things. Now, whether you agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. But if you have a core set of beliefs, and those are things you believe in, that's not a crime. The crime only comes into play. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement to commit a crime. You should only consider the
think his
evidence
pointer's
against the
broken.
defendant Chad Daybell in this case
It
and should
doesn't
not
come through on the
speculate
computer.
as to
Never-
any
it
other
never
case or
has.
legal proceedings involving alleged co-conspirators.
No.
When I
Oh,
first
he's
started with
using
you
the laser
folks
pointer.
with
Mhm.
the
Okay. I think he was trying to
voir
advance
dire
it every time he
process,
had his
again,
hand
that
up. I thought he
fancy
was trying to
French word
advance
that
the
I always
frame. I couldn't.
mispronounce. I talked to you a little bit about speculation. I talked to you about hunch. I talked to you about conjecture.
Did he?
I talked to you about guess. They all mean the same thing.
Did they?
The judge's instruction and what this judge has told us we have to do. And I put it up there for a reason. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Daybell in this case. It says it in the third instruction that you're going to read. Only in this case, the evidence that you have heard,
He's not wrong about Charles Vallow.
they have not established an agreement. They have not given you any proof that there's any kind of an agreement. Read the overt acts. They espoused religious beliefs.
But it doesn't.
That's what
There
it
is
says
no
in the
line
conspiracy
in there that
charges.
says
We
an
espoused
agreement.
religious beliefs. Chad espoused his religious beliefs.
From what
Unless
I
there's
remember, it says
agreement,
that
it doesn't matter whether he espoused his
if by your
religious beliefs or
actions
not.
or
Because
thoughts
everybody's allowed
or
to
like
espouse their
the
religious
way I'm
beliefs.
talking to somebody causes
I can tell
someone
you
to
all
die.
about my religious beliefs. I
Not,
can tell anybody.
I
You can
agreed
all
with the
talk
person.
all day
There was
long
no
about our
terms of
religious
agreement.
beliefs. But unless there's an agreement to commit a crime,
And I think there was.
you
or
can
he wouldn't
talk
be
all
harping
day
on it.
long about your religious beliefs.
Mm.
You could say anything you want.
I think the word
I
agreement
can say
is
there's
in the
I can say there's a little
pulling it up
green
there. You should
man
highlight that.
in my backyard, and I get to dance around with him and talk about religion all day long.
Wait, he's going to
And
dance
whether
with
you
who?
believe it or not, it doesn't
Do
matter.
what?
But I'm entitled to my
Did you mean
opinion
to
to
retract
say
your
that.
message?
And unless I can get
What
into
retract?
an agreement to commit a
was a
conspiracy, all the overt acts in the
Pedro,
world don't matter.
Oh.
That message says message retracted.
So there are two overt
Just
acts
making
in
sure
the
she did it and it
conspiracy that
didn't
they
get
talked about with JJ and Tylee. They killed these
Auto
kids
done.
because of Chad's religious beliefs. That's what they're saying. His religious beliefs and all of this talk about dark and light was the reason Chad, Lori, and Alex killed these kids.
Yeah.
And then, oh, by the way, the other overt act. Chad Googled south-southwest wind.
I just can't even.
And yet we heard from Emma Murray.
So
She
DJ,
said,
do you think
I
he's doing a
Googled
good job at this
south-southwest
point?
wind. I had an event like Joe
He's
Murray's
trying so
5K race
hard.
to see what the
Yeah,
weather was
he's
going
like
to
Kevin
be.
Costner.
Yeah.
Or
He tries
another
so
event
hard.
that Joe was involved in. And she Googled it a short time before that event. You have to have an agreement. Again,
So hey,
do
Nicole,
not speculate as
when
to
me
any
and you
other
are
case or
committing
legal
crime,
proceedings involving
We
the
have to agree
alleged
on it?
co-conspirator.
we have to agree
What
on
that's
in
telling
text
you is
message
this: judge's instruction.
or an email, because if
You
we
heard
don't,
testimony
we're
about
clear.
Charles
As long as
Vallow.
we don't,
We've
as
heard
long
about
as
that. We've
we
heard a lot about it.
keep our agreement.
Council brought it up
So we
again
have to
today.
sit. We have to get together and we go.
Brought it up
We
again today,
agree
and
that we're
I
gonna
believe
commit
if I
crime.
remember right,
And as long as we
I
don't,
don't
send
see
an
him.
email,
Officer Duncan's here today. And Officer Duncan got on the stand. And when
I
I
need more
pressed him,
alcohol.
and remember, folks, I brought the paper out.
he brought
I brought the
receipts.
sheet of paper out, and I said, Officer Duncan, read this to the jury. Read what this prosecuting attorney in Arizona stated about status of the case.
What?
They don't.
And what did he
You can't
say?
do that.
Chad
Right?
Daybell, with this in regards to Charles Vallow, no reasonable likelihood of conviction.
They can't. Don't have enough
What
evidence.
that means,
assuming it's
they don't have
from
any
Charles.
evidence.
Great.
They don't have
Yeah.
any reason.
We don't
So,
have Charles
you know,
Vallow
you
here
don't
because
get to
that's an
say,
Arizona
well, you know,
case.
he's guilty because he must have been involved. Charles Vallow, except the prosecutor said no reasonable likelihood of conviction. Lori Vallow's involved with Charles Vallow.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Cox, if he was not deceased, involved with Charles Vallow.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. If I was a
Then we
defense
go to
attorney, I would
Brandon
be saying
Boudreaux.
the same thing.
Oh, of course, he's got no.
We go
case
to
and he's
Brandon
going off
Boudreaux.
on the rails, but he's not.
Chad Daybell, not implicated in
Not
regards to
implicated
Brandon
in
Boudreaux.
Vallow. So if he's not
You know what Chad
implicated in
did?
that,
You
then
know why he's not implicated? He carried a tire from a storage unit from a Jeep.
destroying. That's all vodka.
And the
so,
prosecutor down there
I
recognized.
think you're right. There's not enough alcohol for this.
You don't have an agreement there because you
I'm
carried
just really happy that he hasn't mispronounced a word
tire.
yet. So
You don't have an agreement because Chad Daybell has religious beliefs that we don't believe in. What they have is they have Alex Cox shooting at Brandon Boudreaux and Lori Vallow down there involved. And that's what you have down there.
he's talking about Arizona again.
Do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceeding involving the alleged co-conspirator.
Yeah.
It's in black and white.
You're bringing it up.
Facts,
Did anybody bring up
evidence.
the Chad?
Again, that fancy French
Not
word,
Chad, but
voir dire.
the guy that was killed.
I
in
talked to you
Arizona,
about you
yeah,
folks
they
about
brought it up
that.
several times.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
talked
and
about
on the stand. They asked
facts
exactly
and
what you just
evidence.
said. They asked
Fact.
the detective, "Is
Chad
is my
Daybell
client
was
Chad
not
Daybell?"
involved with Charles Vallow.
But that's not what he said. He didn't say he
Fact.
was not involved.
Chad Daybell
he said
is
he
not
was
implicated
implicated.
with Brandon
Yes,
Boudreaux.
Very different.
Yeah.
Fact. Chad Daybell
Fact.
espoused
It's
religious
not fact.
beliefs. And if you want to believe the prosecutor,
yeah,
well, maybe
that's
Chad
my
Daybell
whole
did a
thing is
south-southwest
he's the one
search.
bringing it up.
Yeah.
And
Where's the agreement? Where
you know
is
you're lost
the
whenever
agreement?
you're fighting
It's not
indirectly
there.
of the problem.
But if I was a defense, I would do the same thing.
You
Agreed,
must
but-
remember, the defendant,
So
Chad
if
Guy
I was
Daybell,
if I
has
was
the
a jury
presumption
right
of
now,
innocence,
I'd be like,
and
oh
you
yeah,
must
okay, cool. So
consider
we're
his
not going to
innocence
prosecute him
based
in
solely
Arizona.
on the evidence provided
Okay,
in this
great.
case.
Absolutely.
It's the judge's instruction. It's not their instruction. It's not the four of them over there.
It's not those weirdos.
It's the guy
over
that
there.
matters
It's
here,
not those
who
ones.
sets the instruction and
It's not
tells
those
us
guys
the
that just
rules
happen
we
to be
have
better
to
than me.
follow. And the rule is, You must
Not those
remember the
nerds.
defendant
Is he
Chad
gonna
Guy
stop every so
Daybell
often to take a
has the
shot of,
presumption of
like,
innocence,
whiskey
and you
from it?
must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence, the facts and evidence that you have been
He's been
presented.
preparing for this.
That's
his
what you
whole
have
life.
to consider.
I'm gonna
We
okay.
don't speculate.
You know, shitty
We
case,
do not guess.
Shitty
We do not
client.
engage in conjecture.
Pryor might not be your favorite guy.
We don't
but
do
he
any of
is
those
really
things.
doing everything
Facts
he could
and
possibly
evidence.
do.
Facts
He's just got nothing to
and
go
evidence.
on, in my opinion.
Reasonable doubt. Under
More
our law and
chains.
system, this is jury instruction number 5. Again,
I
this
just don't
isn't
get the chain
me
thing.
speculating or
Links.
saying anything.
One link breaks,
You know,
the whole
No,
chain
the whole
fails.
thing.
making
but-
guesses, maybe
So if he
giving
was,
you facts that maybe aren't consistent with what you remember in your notes. You all took notes. You all have a memory. I know it's been a couple of months, but you all took notes and you all have a memory.
Who's
And the
this guy
judge's
again?
other instruction would be rely on your memory.
is a joke.
Rely on your notes about what you remembered,
Don't look at your notes.
not what the lawyers
Just,
say. That
just go by
includes
what you
me.
feel.
If I say something that's different than what you remember in your notes,
Yes.
you rely on your notes.
Anger.
They said something different than what you remember. You rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. That's the way this works. That's why we all have memories. That's why we all take notes. That's why
You
we all
forget every
document what
word
has
that's
been
told
said for
to
the last
you.
2 months. I watched all of you take very careful notes. I watched all of you document what was being said.
I watched you sleeping at
Rely
night.
on your notes. Rely on your
That's
memories.
a scary thought. It's like I just said okay to be part of this jury. Now
Under our
Pryor's
law and
like,
system of justice, the defendant is
watching
presumed
me.
to be
Oh my-
innocent. The presumption of innocent means 2 things. The state has the burden proving the defendant guilty. The state has the burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Chad doesn't have to do anything. He could sit back there and just let the state do their
Anna,
thing.
Anna, do you have memories?
And
do
if
you
he
have
did
thoughts?
that
Do
and
you
they never
remember
proved that
things?
there was an agreement,
Did you take notes?
you can't say they put on more evidence than the defense did. That's not the way this works. They have the burden to prove that there was an agreement.
No,
They have a
don't.
burden of proving that Chad in some way was involved in the murder.
Yes.
Now, the insurance cases go back to, well, if Chad was planning a murder, that way he lied and he took advantage of the insurance.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how that works.
I agree with that.
Because if you folks find that he wasn't involved in the conspiracy or the murder of anybody, there's no insurance fraud case.
Wait a minute, but he lied on the insurance.
Doesn't have to provide
No, he
any
didn't.
evidence at all.
how she died, but
Now, you
I
know,
explained to everyone about that.
That's fraud.
4 experts,
All right.
Dr. Bartling, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. Dr. Hampinkian,
Who?
Dr. Raven,
Oh, now he remembers all their names.
Patrick Eller.
Well, they were.
He didn't have to do that. Chad
They were
didn't,
the
it's not his
defense.
job to
Witness.
prove
But he
innocence.
couldn't remember Cone.
It's their
He
job
remember-
and it's their burden.
But he could remember Dr.
prove
Hampton.
guilt.
Because
They have the obligation
'Cause he-
to
'cause he-
prove guilt.
Hmm.
Second,
Cozy Cap?
the state must
Not
prove the
Cap.
alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is based
Chad
on
hasn't
reason
moved.
and
Oh my God,
common
I didn't realize.
sense.
I'm wondering if
So when
this-
you
oh,
think
there you go,
about
he moved. He moved his
reasonable
head.
doubt, what you're doing is you're
I
saying,
feel like one of those
okay,
reporters that have nothing to
do
report
I have
on.
a
so they're
reason
just
to
talking about
believe
the obvious that's
or
occurring.
doubt whether Mr. Daybell is guilty, whether Chad did this? Do I have and using my common sense
My common sense.
and reason,
Mm,
is it possible Chad's not guilty of this?
no,
No.
not possible.
That's reasonable doubt.
Mm-mm.
If you're saying to yourself, I don't know what happened. I don't know the truth. I have no idea really, maybe we will never know what happened here. If that's going through your head, folks, and you don't know which way this is supposed to go, or you have some doubt in your mind whether the state proved their case, the verdict is not guilty. And under our system of justice, it has to be not guilty. Because you can't just bring a bunch of people in from a school who suddenly espoused that Tammy was perfectly fine, and one after another, and bringing the principal in and bringing anybody who ever even spoke to Chammy once or
Plus
once a
medical
week
examiner.
or anybody else and saying, oh, she was healthy. And yet they didn't show there was a significant discussion about her health. And we're not supposed to believe her family. We're not supposed to believe her son and her daughter who knew her better than anybody else. And then I guess what the state
Yeah, I
would
agree
like to
with
do
that,
is, well,
Mr.
believe
Ryan.
all of these 9, 10, 12, 15 teachers
he's
and
stating
principals
what they
and
have to
everybody
prove,
else who
but not
was,
stating how
who
they
was
didn't prove
dragged
it.
in and said, oh yeah,
So-
healthy as a horse. Okay. Common sense. Common sense.
Common
That's what you
sense
need to
is he's
do.
Guilty.
It may arise from careful and impartial
Because my common
consideration of
sense
all
is
the
telling me
evidence
that
or from the
Chad
lack
is
of
guilty
evidence.
as hell.
If after
What does that
considering all the
say?
evidence, you have a reasonable doubt
Oh,
about the
reasonable
defendant's
doubt
guilt,
is what he's-
you must find the
Jury
defendant not guilty.
Instruction number 5, reasonable doubt.
If you
You're
have a
saying if the chain
doubt
doesn't fit, you
and
must
you
have
don't
quit?
know
Is
what
that you're saying?
happened, you
You've
must
heard this before. You can't do that
find
again.
Chad not guilty.
That worked one time.
That's not from me.
It can never be done again.
It's not from them.
Not those people.
It's from
That
the
guy
one that
said it.
matters. The one who sets the rules and tells you what the instruction is.
That guy.
And read it
That
for
guy right
yourself. You're
there.
going to get a copy of the instruction. It's
I thought he
jury
said he wasn't gonna
instruction
be
number
long.
5. You must, if you have doubt,
He's a liar.
Chad doesn't
Fire,
have to
you're a
prove
liar.
anything.
We've been here forever.
but if you have doubt about what happened here, the verdict has to be not guilty.
and no theories
That's
as to
what the
happened.
law says.
That's true, but it is true. If there's doubt, that
This
is
is
our
jury
legal
instruction number 8. And I
I'm
want
gonna give it to him.
When you pull up jury instruction number 8 with you folks
But
in,
what
in
he's
the,
trying to tell people is he keeps
the
saying the
booklets
same
that you
words
get,
over and over again.
you'll
It's the
see that
idea
I
if you keep saying it,
only took
maybe
a couple
someone
of
might
sentences
believe
out
it.
of that. In all fairness, jury instruction number 8 is much longer than this.
Can you imagine?
And
if
there's a lot
somebody
more
got
information
back
in
in there.
there.
And was like, yeah, I think he's
But
not
what I did is
guilty.
I pulled out what
That
the
just would be
theme
so
and what I wanted to
shocking.
talk
I mean,
to you
it could
about.
happen.
It could
And-
happen, but
that's
And on
the
jury instruction
point of
number 8, as
having
part of it,
jury review
it
period.
says, in determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. You consider the evidence
I
that
mean,
is
but
presented to
I
you.
bet. Wonder in
There
who
has
in
not
Chad's
been any
mind would be
evidence
his
saying,
peers.
we're going to kill the kids. We're going to kill Tammy. There is talk about a plan. Yeah, the 144,000 building a village for the children, the infirm, the sick, the other people that Chad is able
Which
to
they
gather.
never discussed.
There's the plan, and if you
Never.
go through the evidence, you'll see there's reference to the plan. It wasn't a plan to kill folks, it was a plan to gather. A plan to gather by a gentleman who's a traditional Mormon. And yes, you don't have to like his beliefs. You don't have to agree with his beliefs. But he sure has the
Hey
right
guys, I wonder how many traditional
to
Mormons
believe
are actually
whatever
on the
he
jury.
wants to believe.
I think that's something that could backfire.
Second line, and again, you'll see the ... dots is because the jury instruction number 8, I want to say it again so that we're very clear. I didn't publish the entire jury instruction number 8. I took these 2 paragraphs out. And when you read the rest of it, you'll see it basically covers the same subject. There's other topics in there that talk about it. But under the second sentence, do not attempt to guess what my answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. That goes back to what I talked to in the very beginning of the trial. You can't speculate. You can't guess. You can't engage in conjecture. You can't say, this is what he must have meant, or this is what she must have meant, or this is what they meant by this. No.
That's
You
true,
look
too.
at the evidence, and unless it tells you something, you take the evidence as you take the evidence. Again, the judge's instructions. This talks about jury
It is
instruction
interesting,
number
though, in New York
18,
they
and the
swap
state
that.
talked about this a little bit, and I'm going to go
So,
through the
like,
whole thing, and I'll be quick,
Who'd
okay?
have gone
He
first?
keeps saying
The
that.
law makes no distinction between a person
I
who
don't think it
directly
means what he thinks
participates
it
in the
means.
acts constituting a crime and a
I think he
person who either
means that
before,
it's not gonna
during
take 4
the
hours.
commission intentionally aids,
So
assists,
quick.
facilitates,
3 hours
promotes,
and 59
encourages,
minutes.
counsels,
she took
solicits,
an hour and a
invites,
half, so-
helps, or hires another to commit a crime with the
I think
intent
she said
to
what she
promote
needed to
or
say in an hour
assist
and
in
a
its
half very
commission.
well.
Oh yeah,
That was a lot.
it got a little tedious.
I can
though, but-
talk, but that was a lot.
Yep. And
In
you're
other
right.
words, what that's saying is
Death
that
percentage.
if there
I mean,
was a murder
Yep.
and someone did something
it's
to
got
help
it
the
in
law,
its name.
Yep.
aided in
It's-
that's a problem. And
Right.
it
Didn't matter
is.
how much he shook his head.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then we go down to the last sentence, and
If-
this
if
is
you
what's
just take
important.
the
And this is what you
facts
need to look at.
and you show me
And in all
death
fairness, I wanted to
percentage
put the
and
entire
people
jury
that
instruction
die,
so you could put it into perspective.
that is direct evidence of someone that is
Mere presence at,
involved in a crime.
acquiescence in, or silent
crime
consent
especially.
to the planning or commissioning of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Okay? What that's saying is this. Chad Daybell can talk about religion all day long.
And he does.
Chad Daybell can espouse his beliefs, and he could talk about zombies
Mm-hmm.
with Zaluma, or Melanie Gibb can teach about zombies.
He remembered that
And
name
Chad
now.
can talk about
Yeah.
dark
He's
spirits.
remembering all the names.
Chad can talk about
weirdly.
light and dark. Chad could talk about all sorts of religious beliefs. Okay? But when the time comes, if something happened to those children, even if Chad had knowledge, acquiesced, or silently said, well, I may know about this, I may know what have happened. What that instruction on number 18 is saying, mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Accomplice means no
Right, yeah, Mace,
conspiracy
I totally
unless he
agree
took
with you.
some sort of a step
I could entertain
to
for
make
a
an
second
agreement.
that
There
Chad
has
and
to
Lori
be
just
an
highly
agreement.
suggested
We're
it to
going back
Alex,
to that again.
and he did
There
it on his
has
own.
to be
But that
an
doesn't
agreement.
explain Chad's fishy texts and behavior.
Yep.
There
It's
is
always
no
their
agreement.
own words that are their undoing.
Chad
I agree.
Daybell testimony. He met Tylee a couple times.
So,
Met
so that's the
JJ a
question,
couple
right?
of times.
Is if
There was not a
if you
lot
have
of
to
contact.
judge based on the evidence,
There was not a lot of encounter from
but the evidence
when they
is
first
people
met to the
in
time they moved to
doublespeak
Rexburg.
talking in text.
And you
chat
heard
about-
the testimony.
Yeah, like maybe you
I
have.
want
a
you to
plan,
go
but
back and
maybe
listen to
why
the
would
testimony.
you be discussing the
okay?
plan right before
I
someone
want you
died
to
or
look
right
back
after
at
someone
Jason
died?
William
So someone dies
and
and you
really
go, that was
listen
the
if one of the
plan.
exhibits has been admitted. And
How is
state
that
provided
this
that a
future
little bit,
plan that
provided a
children
portion of
help
it
the
anyway.
sick and the infirm?
Lori Vallow is talking about a family
I
attorney.
think he's just
Now, for those of us who know what a
I'm just
family
trying to
attorney
put
is, they
myself
deal with
into what the jury
divorce,
would see.
they deal with
And that's
custody
what I
fights,
see.
they deal with all of those topics.
That's a really good point, Mace.
is he gonna do a mic drop?
Chad said, the kids are okay. It'll be cleared up in time. There's a
I'm just waiting
simple
for him to go,
solution.
You don't have the votes.
He calls Melanie Gibb talking to her, and if you listen back to the tape recording, basically in essence, he's saying, where are the kids, Melanie? What's going on? I thought they were with you. He did say, don't lie to the police. Well, you know why? Because he thought Kate and Larry were in the process of trying to take the kids from Lori. Where did he get that from? Guess where? Lori Vallow.
Here we go. All right.
Chad didn't know where the kids were.
All right.
Chad didn't know where the kids were until that fateful day on June 9th,
Mm-hmm.
when they're
Okay.
discovered on his property.
Oh.
Up until that time, Lori Vallow was selling to Jason William and anybody else who would listen the family attorney line. The kids are fine. And you heard Lori Vallow talk about it. If nobody knows about it, the better. She said that. Only I need to know what was going on. I'm the one who needs to know what's going on. And if nobody else knows anything, they can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So out of everything,
That was the
I would
dupe
say the one thing that Chad
on Chad Daybell.
was really smart
The
about
kids
was
are
not
fine.
talking.
It's all
about
going to
what
be
was
cleared
going on
up.
around him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a simple solution. We're hiring a family law attorney to deal with it. They're not hiring a criminal defense
Yeah,
attorney.
he just believed her.
They're not
whatever she
hiring
said.
a criminal
That's
defense attorney.
his defense.
So Lori Vallow's decision to hire a family law attorney and Chad going
And
along
that
with it
would make you have to forget the conversation
because there's a simple
where
solution.
she was like, what's going
Kids are
on?
safe.
Why hasn't this happened yet?
Everything's
Why aren't
going
the
to
death
be
percentages
fine.
low enough?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with these people? Asking Chad.
Mere
So
presence,
you have to forget things. To
acquiescence,
agree with his information.
silent consent doesn't get you there. Even if he knew there was a crime, even if Chad Daybell knew, well, maybe the kids aren't safe. The testimony is everything's fine.
He never testified, so we don't
Simple
know.
solution.
Mhm.
All we know
But
is
even
the
if you don't
garbage
believe
Emma
that,
spewed.
even if you don't accept that and say, how could he not know where the kids were? I want you to look at jury instruction number 18. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, silent consent to. It doesn't get you there, and it doesn't mean he committed a crime. He's saying the kids are safe because Lori told him the kids are safe. He's saying it was a simple solution because this was a custody fight because Kay and Larry were trying to take the kids,
He just pointed at them.
JJ anyway,
Oh my God.
from Lori. Lori talked about that
He
with
just frickin' pointed at them.
Detective
The Woodcocks.
with one of the detectives on the 26th of November.
It was inappropriate.
He talked, Ron Ball, excuse me.
Oh my
Officer
God.
Ball's here, I think. Front row.
Wow.
Talked about it with Ron Ball. The other thing about that tape that you need to understand, the other thing about the tape, and I didn't mean to go on this long, and I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
you
guess
did, you
I
son
may
of a
not have
bitch.
been completely forthright. It's going to take a little longer than I thought, but I want to emphasize this stuff. Apologize for that. The other thing is when you listen to the tape with Ron Ball and the other officer, okay, you hear Lori Vallow talk about, well, I'm only here for a short while. And this is in September when they first started looking for where the kids are. And go back to your notes, go back to your memory, but then go back to the tape and listen to the tape where Lori Vallow says, well, I'm also going to be planning to move back with my friend Melanie Gibb. That was in September when she moved here. The kids were here and she's already planning. She hadn't even been here for very long, couple months. And she's already planning on moving back, and she said it in her own words, with my friend Melanie Gibb. Okay, after being 2 months here. Okay, and that's important. Remember that.
Why?
Jury instruction 18, acquiescence. And it's a big word. Okay? And I looked it up in the dictionary. I'll admit
Oh my
that,
God,
okay?
he did it. He did it.
I looked it up because I know what
He's gonna do
silent
Webster's
consent is.
dictionary
But when you
defines
look
it
up
as.
acquiescence,
Oh my
it
God.
says awareness, acceptance, compliance. I'm aware of it. All right, I'm accepting it. I'm going to go along with it. That's acquiescence. I'm going to just go along with what is going on. So even if you think
He's
Chad Daybell should have
He's
known,
looking at the jury, like he's
but there was
like,
no
looking at
agreement.
the jury, like to see their response.
There was no evidence that he entered into this plan to do this. The prosecutor's overt acts
Like,
talk
his
about
head is this way, but
espousing
his
religious
eyes are like
beliefs.
this.
Yeah.
They don't mention an agreement, but they know you got to have an agreement first before you get to the overt acts. I showed you that earlier. And acquiescence means I'm aware, I accept, I'll even comply. Mere presence, acquiescence in, or silent consent, the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Acquiescence. If there's no agreement, there's no plan to do that, and you don't have Chad Daybell with any evidence, the evidence that you're only supposed to consider that you have, he didn't commit a crime if that's what you believe. Now he's saying the kids were fine, they were being kept, and Lori Vallow was doing that. It was a simple solution. But if you don't believe that, acquiescence does not make it a crime, folks. And this isn't me saying this. This isn't some lawyer's argument.
Not my words, his words.
This is this judge's instruction. Acquiescence, in or silent consent to, is not sufficient to make one an accomplice.
You blaming the judge?
Okay. We're going to go back to the jury instruction 20 and talks about, again, the amended indictment against Mr. Daybell for first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. And the important, oops, skips. I was expecting it at some point. The important part here is involves an agreement. Once again, it involves an agreement. Once again, conspiracy involves an agreement. You have to have an agreement for there to be a conspiracy. You have to have an agreement.
He doesn't have to have an
There
accomplice.
is no
He has
agreement.
to accept or further the act.
I want to talk
That's
a
what it
little bit
said.
about Exhibit 35
He
and
lied on
36.
behalf of Lori. The
And those
kid
are
was-
exhibits that I submitted for your consideration. And if you remember, I had the officer on
Do you have any more
the
answers?
stand, and I believe it was one of the state police officers, and I had them show you the handle of the shovel that was one of the many tools that were provided to them.
You,
And I zeroed in on the shovel, and this was the shovel that was at the scene of the crime. And it had dirt on it, like it had been used, like someone had been shoveling with it on June 9th and June 10th, the day the bodies were removed from the ground. But I provided your exhibit number 35 and 36 for a reason. Because when you look at the very first pictures of the
I'm starting
tools
to think
lined
that
up
he
in
lied
the
about his
corner
time.
in the barn, and you zoom in on that picture of the black shovel, you'll notice there's no dirt on the handle. And then on June 9th, later in the day, you see the shovel on the ground. Zoom in on the shovel, black shovel handles, folks, and magically there's dirt on the handle of the shovel. And then the subsequent pictures again on the 10th, there's dirt on the shovel.
why is Thorsten making?
And then when the shovel gets to the state police and the officers up there from the lab, surprisingly, no dirt on the shovel handle, the black handle.
So he's saying the police
High end of the handle. No dirt in the beginning,
Planted evidence.
planted evidence.
dirt in the middle, no
From
dirt in
Lucia
the end.
specifically.
And magically,
Was it dark spirit?
surprisingly,
So
those pictures are from June 9th and June 10th. The shovel and tools were used to dig. You heard from Officer Schmidt. Grab some shovels and start digging. They didn't say, grab the shovels that we brought. They didn't say anything like that. They said, grab the shovels and start digging. Now, how do we know that he's telling the truth? Because 35 and 36, and take the time and go over the pictures. Expand on those pictures of that black handled shovel. And tell me, clean, first picture. Dirty, dirty, clean. They used the shovels.
or they had different shovels that were all the
The
same.
police who were investigating this case used the shovels, and then magically we get a pickaxe, and magically we get another shovel. And guess what? Surprisingly, of the 18 tools, you heard from Dr. Hampinkian, not a drop of DNA of Chad Daybell is on any of the tools. Nothing else was tested. But ironically, we found Tylee Ryan's DNA on a shovel and a pickaxe that were found right next to the shed with that black shovel that was used on June 9th and June 10th.
I'm confused. What? When he wore gloves?
Motive. I want to talk to you a little bit about motive.
There you go. What's the motive?
Alex Cox. He killed Charles Vallow in front of Tylee and JJ. You heard testimony. Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow once. And then he
Wait,
walks
do you actually
up
think that Chad
to Charles
used his own
Vallow while he's
tools and did any
dying
physical labor?
and puts another bullet in him.
Shouldn't his
And
DNA
who are
be
two
on
of the
his
witnesses?
tools?
Lori
Like they were
Vallow is not going to
cleaned?
say anything against her
Yeah.
protector.
Tylee's DNA
Lori
was on it.
Vallow is not going to do anything about her beloved brother. But Alex Cox knows there are two people, two expendable people in Alex Cox's mind who witnessed the murder of Charles Vallow.
Yeah, so what I've been saying too.
That would be Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, the murder of Charles Vallow. They become expendable because the one thing that can cause Alex Cox to spend the rest of his life, or far worse, in Arizona is a 16-year-old girl and an autistic 7-year-old little boy.
That's a good argument. That's actually a really good argument. He should have been doing that.
Chad
from the
Daybell was not
beginning.
charged in that. Lori Vallow's charged. Again, what I told you before,
Because
we had
that would
Officer
create
Duncan.
absolute reasonable doubt.
No reasonable likelihood of conviction of Chad. Lori Vallow cared about a couple of things. Lori Vallow cared about money, and she cared about Lori Vallow, and she cared about Alex Cox.
Hmm.
Now, how do we know Lori
And the
Vallow
same
cared
JJ was
about
supposed to
money?
flee in the car and did not.
We
witness
know
it.
Lori Vallow cared about
Oh, okay.
money because I believe it was the third husband,
And are you saying Pryor is
Joseph
lying
Ryan.
here?
You heard evidence from the witnesses.
Shocked, I tell you, shocked.
Lori Vallow collected the insurance proceeds from the death of Joseph Ryan.
And Chad got it from
Then the
his
state
wife.
went on and put on a tremendous amount of evidence. Tremendous amount of evidence. Charles Vallow, she was mad. She was really mad. She didn't get the money. Kay Woodcock is on top of it. She stopped that. And even when Lori tried to get the beneficiary changed, Lori didn't get her greedy hands on the money.
Greedy, oh.
And then what happens? The next victim,
You guys got to remember too
victim,
that lawyers do not have to.
husband number
Yeah,
five.
They don't have to tell the truth.
Number 5,
There is nothing about them that they can't lie.
just get insurance. Don't worry about saying there's any kids or any beneficiaries or anything like that. Honey, just say it's
I
me
agree
and
with
you.
Anna, that he is wrong.
And while all
He's
of this
very
is
picky
going
with
on,
the details because he knows
all of this is happening.
he looks really guilty. And remember too, he's going to make this
Chad's
quick.
really good friend Alex Cox,
He's already lied to
really
us.
close friend,
So what we
is Googling how to
2
put a
hours in
bullet
now?
through the windshield in the side of a black Dodge
He's gone
Dakota
further than
that
her.
Chad Daybell primarily
We're only
drives.
51 minutes in. What are you talking
The
about?
target
I
was
don't know. I
not
can't do math.
Started at 4.
Oh, I thought it
Tammy
was started at
Daybell.
3.
It was not Tammy Daybell. You heard testimony about the insurance. The target was not Tammy Daybell.
Who was the target?
The judge?
He was the target.
It was Judge Boys all along.
The driver of the black
Dun,
Dodge.
dun, dun.
How do we get it through the window? How do we get it through the side? Because once Chad
That's
is
what we were watching
gone,
with Teresa, and Teresa's like,
once Chad is out of the way, guess
he
what?
had
Ryan's
a,
insurance,
what's that famous
Kay
lawyer
Woodcock
from
stopped
Atlanta?
the insurance from
Matlock.
Charles Vallow,
No, not Matlock. The other one.
and she put an
The
end
other
to
one.
that. Lori
I can't
Vallow's
think of
next
his name.
victim,
You know
Chad
where the
Daybell,
people always confess on the
because
stand.
Alex Cox was
it
going to do
Alicia?
something to him,
No,
and that gave Lori the
before that.
straight line to pick up the next proceeds.
Oh,
And according to Lori Vallow's own
Black and white
statement on
one.
November 26th,
it was black and white mainly.
Yeah.
with our
I know
friend
you're talking
Ron
about, I
Ball
can't
there,
remember. Does anybody remember the black and white lawyer?
I'm going to get back with Lori. I'm going to go
Everyone
back
would
with Melanie.
confess at the last minute.
I'm going to go back with Melanie.
I can see his face. Like,
Okay.
It's not Matlock.
no, but it looks like a younger
So
version
Alex
of
Cox had
Pryor,
a
to be
motive.
honest with you.
Yeah.
The motive was Alex
What's
Cox
his name?
would be either spending the rest of his life
I
in
just had a
prison
brain
or
fart.
far worse
Wow.
fate.
Huge.
If JJ
I
or
mean, it's not
Tylee
like we're
even
doing
opened
anything
their
like
mouth
stop
and
us
said
from
anything
remembering
about
stuff.
Thinking.
observing or being there. When Alex Cox
it
decided
up.
to put the finishing touches and do the final bullet into Charles
Mason.
Vallow's
Harry
chest while he
Mason.
was laying there
Good
dying.
job.
I want to talk a little bit about confirmation bias. We talked a little bit about that. It's when somebody starts an investigation or gears themselves. We talked a little bit about that with Dr. Christensen, how he made the determination at the end and he
I
said,
don't know.
well,
Chad
you know,
looks
it's
terrified
between,
to me. He does.
you know,
Like,
we
He
don't
does
know
look
what
worried.
happened
The body
or
language is-
homicide. But then I looked at all
it's
the
only time he
police
sat forward
reports.
to the entire day.
And the police officers provided me with
But
all
make
of the
sure you
police
put
reports.
$30 on our
They provided me with
commissary,
all
Emma,
of the evidence.
even though I was her
And when
next
I looked at
victim.
all of this
Yeah.
massive
Yeah,
pile that Miss Blake
exactly.
went through of all the evidence that they provided at my request, I said, you
better
know,
for telling it.
this is going to be homicide instead of undetermined.
And this
But then you
drinking
ask
game
him,
sucks. He's actually
didn't you
remembering
call the
all of his
kids?
words and saying
Because
them
you
correctly.
requested
Being very
information from the
articulate.
police.
Isn't that odd?
Why didn't you request information from the
So
kids?
you know
Why
it was
didn't
the
you
whole
ask
act
them?
through the whole
Because they
thing.
wanted to know why their mother was exhumed with
Oh,
no
he didn't
basis
say
or explanation to them for doing it. And they didn't hear anything
Dug
for
up.
14
dug up from the
months.
ground
What
and
he said.
No
desecrated.
explanation. So call Dr. Christensen, call these children and say, can you tell me anything about their medical history? Can you tell me anything about whether your mother was feeling ill, whether she was fainting, whether she was having seizures, whether her anemia was inflamed, whether, and the last questioning was whether she had inflammation in the lungs.
Why
That
would
was
they
never
know
brought
that?
up.
Why would their
And why
kids
her lungs
know
were
if she had
filled.
inflammation in their lungs? They're not medical doctors.
Give us something. Tell me something. But that didn't happen.
Because they were suspects,
Confirmation
you
bias
moron.
means you pick a target and you go after whatever evidence you have to make that target look like that person is guilty. And
That's a
all of
fair
them in the
point.
audience with the suits, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did.
He's pointing to all the detectives. And
Gibb and Warwick were ignored. Gibb and Warwick were ignored.
there he goes.
They didn't get DNA evidence from them. They didn't get phone records from them.
Yeah, I mean,
They
Anna,
did
that's-
nothing. At the end, they took a hair sample
You would
for
assume
I think,
that
Melanie in
if you're looking at a murder,
2020.
that anybody in
There
the
was a hair
family
sample in
could
2020
possibly
from
be
Melanie.
a suspect. So,
But they refused to
Didn't do
talk
anything with
to
it.
law
Right.
enforcement. So
well, she was saying that you mean they suspect
On the
kids were involved.
22nd and 23rd
And I don't know if they did suspect
in
that or
Lori
not.
Vallow's
it's just
apartment.
they didn't know what to think because they refused to talk to them.
There were
Right.
4 people in that apartment.
So if they're refusing to talk to the police
On the day that
they feel-
JJ
maybe the
Vallow
police thought
was
well, they
murdered.
got something to hide. Yeah, he's losing the jury. I agree.
Lori
with that,
Vallow
too.
was there.
He lost me,
Look
but
at
I mean, there's no
JJ
reason that
Vallow
he would
was
lose
there.
me on what he's talking about. Ooh, vodka.
Melanie Gibb
Look at
was
Chad.
there.
Chad looks like he's
David
about ready to
Warwick
throw
was
up.
there. And the prosecutor
Yeah.
talked about a phone call to Chad. Go back and
He's
look
got
at the
the death
notes,
mask
folks,
on,
and you'll
doesn't
see that
he?
it was
Yeah,
actually a
he
text
does
message
not look
that
good.
Melanie sent to Chad. It went unanswered for
I wonder what
8 or
his
9
death
hours.
percentage is right now.
Melanie was
I think
trying to
it's
cover her tracks.
0.02%.
She was trying
No.
to say,
I
well,
think we
you know,
should
I know
increase
I'm
the
here.
pain
This
to
is what's going on. Me
100%.
and my good friend,
Yeah.
this is what
Let's
happened to
increase his
JJ.
pain
And,
while we're at it.
you know, oh, there were all of this stuff. And the biggest complaining witness against Chad Daybell, all of
It's
this
sad.
religious
We-
stuff.
You know, we can joke about it.
All
but
of
it
these
still kinda
facts,
makes me
all of
sick a
this
little bit
stuff
just
about,
even
you
saying
know,
those
Chad
words,
teaching people
'cause it's
about his
so
religious beliefs.
like
It
Gross.
came
horrible and
Yeah.
from
gross.
Melanie Gibb, the one person who has everything to lose.
There he is. He's nodding. It's Melanie
David
Gibb.
Warwick and Melanie Gibb were present at the time that JJ Vallow was murdered.
Yeah. I agree
Chad
with you, Anna.
Daybell's phone on the
Chad's
23rd.
first glimpse of reality.
No
Yeah.
location information. No Google information. Now you heard from the officer, I think it was Stubbs, who said, well, he turned the Google
Do you
off.
think Chad?
What
thinks
about
this
the
is going
phone?
well?
What about
don't
all the
think so. I think he
apps?
looks like he's
What
about
about
to
all
throw
the other
up. I think
ways that
he's-
Patrick Eller talked about you could find and locate a phone
But
on a
he's
piece
so
of property if he
delusional.
was there?
He's lived
And
in
yet we
that
didn't hear anything about that.
East Idaho bubble for
Because on the
his whole life.
23rd,
Bubble of his own narcissism
Yeah.
too.
when
Yeah.
JJ's body was dumped in the ground
Yeah, he does. He looks 15 years older. He looks like an
by
old
Alex
man.
Cox
Yeah. This is weird, isn't it?
and dug that
Like you can see
hole,
him
Chad Daybell
just-
was not there.
just getting worse.
And
and worse.
He looks
ironically
like a
enough,
60-year-old right now.
look back at your notes. Look back at your notes
He's going to prison,
I wonder if
and
possibly
look
death
back
row.
when
Yeah.
Melanie Gibb and
I guess
David
Lori's
Warwick
workout
said,
plan isn't doing
well,
so
we
well for
left
him.
town
I
that
love
morning.
Lori's workout plan. You want to join Lori's
Alex
workout
Cox
plan?
I've been on
left
Lori's workout plan. Look at me.
at 9:21 to drive toward Chad Daybell's property. Melanie Gibb
What are they doing down there?
and David Warwick claim that at 9:30,
Yell at our
well, we
kids.
were on our way to Pocatello. Show me the phone records, David. Show me the phone records, Melanie Gibb. Because Melanie Gibb and David Warwick went on a little ride to Chad Daybell's
Yeah.
property, and David's his construction consultant, and they had to say whatever they have to say to
So,
get out
so
of
what
this.
kills me,
Offer
Anna, is the
whatever
fact that
information they need to this
he's been
prosecuting
sitting
attorney
back
to convince
this whole
them
time. This is the only
that,
time
oh, we
that he's
weren't
leaned forward
involved
that
even
he's
though we
interested.
were there at the night of
And
the
then he's-
murder. We have
What's he
nothing to
looking
do
at?
with this. We know
The jury.
nothing. And
Stop
yet,
looking at the
ironically,
jury,
within
you
10
dick.
minutes after
He's moving his
after
head
Alex Cox
this way,
leaves,
but his
10
eyes
minutes
are,
later,
like, at the
Melanie Gibb
jury.
and David Warwick So how did the body
He's watching the
of
jury
JJ get in the back
closely.
of the
Yeah,
trunk
and so
from Lori
I'm
Vallow's
thinking
apartment with
implants and
Melanie and
Botox for
David there?
myself as well. So I think Lori's workout plan included implants and Botox.
Did it?
Wouldn't be surprised.
10 minutes later,
I'm also going to get the airbrush.
3 people?
Six pack.
Simple as can be.
That
Now,
seems like
September
something Lori
9th.
would want Chad
Again.
to have.
Mm-hmm.
Same cast of characters, same folks, same people. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow,
Chad
Tylee
Daybell.
Ryan. You saw a text message from Chad Daybell at 10:56, 10:57.
Your memory is awesome right now.
Shot a raccoon,
Yes.
burned some limbs.
Did you find a dead raccoon?
Okay.
Thanks for reminding
No
that to the
location
jury.
device on September 9th with
'Cause
Chad
that's
Daybell
important.
on the property.
I
No
actually
Google
think that that is the
information,
most
no
important
apps,
text that was
no
sent.
evidence to show that
Yeah.
Chad Daybell was there. Earlier in the day, yeah, he buried a raccoon.
Did he though?
He started a small fire,
Oh, did he?
burned some limbs,
Yes.
and he
Were
told his
they
wife
limbs of
about it.
children you sorry.
Okay.
Too far.
And we know that he shot a raccoon,
I'm sorry, that upset me.
Regan Price.
Yeah, destroying. I mean, seriously.
Remember
like,
Regan Price? Regan Price is the one who said early in the
who
morning
sends
she
a
heard a
text that
shot.
You're freaking doing what you do every
She didn't
fucking
see
day?
anything
Like,
else. She didn't see anything else out there. But Regan
man, I get a little
Price
bit of alcohol
heard a
in me, and
shot
I'm getting
in the
emotional
morning.
about this now. He's pissing me off.
Yeah.
Okay. And if there's a hole to be dug in the pet cemetery, we know why. If
And I
there's
know he's
ground
just
that was
defending his
disturbed,
client. I
we know
that.
why. Because Chad
Who's
Daybell in his
leaving?
text
Someone's leaving.
message to his wife said, I shot a raccoon. And Reagan heard the shot. Reagan heard the shot. But Reagan didn't see anything else.
You say stuff like that.
Then we get to Dr.
doesn't
Art
help your
Bartlink.
case, man.
No, it
Dr.
doesn't.
Bartlink, remember?
Is prior working for
Forensic
the president.
anthropologist?
Right?
The fire guy.
Yeah.
And I
The
was like,
guy who tested the bodies that are contributed to his program to see how long it would take to burn. What did he say? He didn't say you needed a lot of accelerant. It wasn't as much accelerant. What it was a bonfire, folks. Where was the bonfire on September 9th? Because Regan Price didn't see anything. Because there was no bonfire. There was no bonfire.
what?
It wasn't there.
I'm so confused. What?
The body was burned as a whole. I can't
No, it
prove to
wasn't.
you
Yeah, and
where
I
Alex
agree with
Cox
you, yeah.
burned this body. I don't know. What I do know
Anna, do you think he's just
is that the
doing
body was
just
burned as a
enough
whole.
so that
I do know
he
the
doesn't
body
get
was
disbarred,
burned as a whole.
but doing just
Because
enough
that's what
to
Dr.
make sure that he
Bartlink
gets the
said.
death penalty? Like,
I
wanna put
also
this guy
know
away
that what
without
Dr.
ruining my
Bartlink said
career.
is there is no explanation, and it couldn't have just been the fire, that a large number of remains of Tylee were not found at the scene. They were not discovered there. Now,
Yeah. How did Tylee's
you
necklace
can't
get into the
say
fire
the
pit?
police didn't
Yeah.
try.
The more he talks,
You can't
the
say
bigger
the
his-
police didn't
the hole
try.
he's digging, the hole he's putting his client in.
Yep.
And I don't
They brought
disagree.
out a
If he would
bulldozer.
have done what he said he was going to do,
They had a bulldozer. Look at the pictures. They made an effort to
originally,
try
I
to
think
find
it would have
whatever
been
they
better.
could find.
But now he's
But they couldn't
reopening
find all the
thoughts
pieces, and they
for
didn't
me
find all the pieces.
that I'm sure that the jury's
And then
going
you
through
saw
right now.
in Alex Cox's garage, Lori Vallow, see the pictures of Lori Vallow's garage in the exhibit. And there's a container of Quikrete. And you talked about how one of the
That was a weird
people
blip.
said that while trying to dig it up, it looked like there was some sort of concrete or Quikrete or hard, because Alex Cox poured about some Quikrete in there. But the question remains is this. If Alex Cox put the body in the ground and put Quikrete to cover up the burial, when did the carnivore bite take place? When did we get the carnivore bite if Alex Cox took the body directly from his apartment brought it over to Chad's like they're suggesting, threw it in the ground, threw in the quickcrete. When did the carnivore bite take place?
Ooh, I know. When it was sitting there and Chad and Alex were
Alex
discussing what to do with the
Cox
body.
murdered
That was the raccoon they
Tylee
shot,
Ryan.
was the raccoon that was eating, like nibbling on the body.
Lori Vallow knew what was going on because her beloved
don't
little
know.
brother, or beloved big
Fucked up.
brother,
Yeah.
could be
I retract
tagged
verdict tomorrow.
for the murder of Charles Vallow. And
Yeah.
those two kids saw it. And Alex Cox took the body after he murdered Tylee Ryan. He took it out somewhere and he burned the body. And while out in the middle of Fremont County or Madison County or wherever he went, where there are thousands and thousands of acres of open ground, Yellowstone Park is just a short way away, folks. This is a wildlife heaven for hunters. Great place for hunters. The body was burned. It was subjected to a carnivore bite, and then it was put in the ground. And on
Ah.
September 9th, Alex Cox was on Chad Daybell's property, at least part of the time. If you remember what Patrick Eller said, he talked about, the fact that there's a certain block of time, an hour, 15 minutes, an hour, 20 minutes or more, where we can't really identify where Alex Cox was. He was there, he was gone, he came back. But then remember the testimony from the state's expert, and remember the testimony from Patrick Eller. 6 or 7 other times, Alex Cox was on the property of Chad Daybell. No location device with Chad Daybell at that time. No
happened to the
indication
phone
that
and-
Chad Daybell
And he was Googling
was on
how
the property
to
at
get
that
rid of
time when
his
Alex Cox
location
was
tracker.
there. You commit murder
Am I wrong?
of 2 kids.
Okay, so who
And the
did it?
intent is to eventually
Alex
finish
or
off
Melanie
husband number
Gibb?
5.
Yes.
What's the best place?
Because he does. He
Seriously.
doesn't need to
Ideal
prove who
place.
did it. He needs to just sow doubt
To bury
that
bodies.
Chad did it.
That guy.
The new husband
Actually,
set him up. Chad Daybell's electronics weren't there. Chad Daybell wasn't there. Other people were there, especially on the
would they-
23rd. The
Okay,
2 people who
that
were there
logic
when
doesn't track at all.
JJ
that?
Vallow was brutally
That they were
murdered.
trying to set up the new husband.
But set Chad up.
That
again,
And then to make things
it's
nice and
not
neat,
proving
Alex,
that he did it.
finish him off
It's just putting reasonable doubt in your head.
like you were going to
that
do
he-
Brandon Boudreaux,
So if that
like you
clicks,
did Charles
that's
Vallow.
all that was required.
Alex Cox
By
is
the
a
letter of the
murderer,
law,
and he
you
is
just
not
need to go.
shy about shooting
Did he?
people.
And that's it.
He shot
Then
at
you have
Brandon
to say
Boudreaux.
that he's innocent.
He murdered Charles Vallow.
Okay,
Chad
they're coming
Daybell
back
was
tomorrow
next.
morning.
And to make the plan nice
'Cause
and
we
neat,
can't go to the pool tomorrow.
let's bury the bodies on Chad Daybell's property.
Yeah.
Folks, this has nothing to do with religion. This has nothing. You take a
know what?
dozen or 2
I will agree
dozen
with
or
him.
even
This
4
has
or
nothing to
5
do with
dozen
religion.
text
This has to do
messages or
that you wanna get
emails and communications with someone
Your
you're having an
side
affair
pieces
with.
kids out of the way.
And you tell me that you're going to be able to construe them only one way? They can be construed a number of ways. And that's exactly what they did.
Can you tell me what construed means? Did you look that up in the
Confirmation
dictionary?
bias.
He's using big words. Don't be using big words.
Confirmation bias.
You didn't do that
Oh,
before.
see, now he knows what
You
the word
pick
is.
the target
Remember
and you
he kept
don't do your
saying
job.
saying that? He kept saying confirm bias
message.
or something.
Gibb to Prosecutor Wood.
Yep.
Keith,
Now all of a
Dateline
sudden
interview,
he's
and
a
I want to make
freaking
sure the church is
And you know what
protected.
the word- Yeah.
You heard Lori, you heard Melanie Gibb read that. Keith and I, Keith Morrison, Dateline. We want to make sure
Was it
the church is
Murder?
protected.
Oh no. Oh.
There were over 300 other messages between Prosecutor Wood and Melanie Gibb. Why are we
Why are we even here?
Why are we, as Melanie Gibb, telling a prosecutor in a criminal case that we need to protect the church?
What?
What?
We need to protect the church.
That didn't even come out in evidence.
We know from Officer Kiyokamanu, one of the messages he pulled off when he did his search was Julie Rowe and the stake president saying, Julie, my stake president's going to call Chad's stake president. You need to stop publishing your books. You need to stop doing all of this stuff.
They haven't even talked about Julie.
We need to
Rose,
make
so-
sure that the church doesn't get
At the-
implicated in this,
You
because
can't
these
pull this
subjects
up
that
in
we talk
evidentiary.
about,
So the
these
jury
dark
doesn't
and
even know
light
who that
spirits,
is. They haven't talked about her at
these
all.
other subjects that might be uncomfortable to be
So they'd be like,
exposed,
who? What?
these other subjects that nobody should want to hear about. We need to protect the church so we don't hear it. So what do?
The
You pick a
church framed
target.
him now.
Oh.
And rather
Oh
than
my
looking at where
gosh.
the evidence leads and the facts,
What?
you create a scenario saying, well, he's a religious zealot. Well,
Nailed it.
he's got all of these crazy ideas about all of this stuff.
It
Yeah,
was the
he talked
Mormon
about death
church
percentages,
who
folks.
framed him.
Wow.
He also
Wow.
said Heather Daybell was dark. He said Allie Bloomer was dark. He said Samantha Gwilliam was dark. And he said our good friend over here, Officer Hermosillo, he was dark.
Yep.
He doesn't look dead to me.
So he got arrested.
And Samantha Gwilliam isn't dead. Allie Bloomer's not dead. Heather Daybell's not dead.
What about
Heather
Ken?
Daybell, that's the pot stirrer.
Yeah.
That's the other one. That's the other one who said, you
But
know,
he wanted her land.
Yeah.
I'm
he
the
wanted
she
her
was
state
dead.
dead.
president's
He wanted her
part
dead.
of this society. And I'm going to send it to all of the ward ladies, and they can decide whether they want to disseminate all this terrible stuff I've said about my brother, Chad Daybell. And we're going to spread it like fire. The pot stirrer. The problem is the pot stirrer was in the organization of the LDS Church and was doing it again. Chad was the target.
Wow.
This author writes about uncomfortable things. He talks
Like
about
having
uncomfortable
sex in the back of
things.
a Volkswagen.
He discusses topics that maybe make people uncomfortable. But you know
That
what?
is uncomfortable.
He has every right to talk about it. And you cannot hold it against him because you don't like the topic, or you don't agree with the topic, or you don't even
I love when the
understand the
lawyer
topic.
buries and insults
I don't
their own
understand
client.
half the stuff that's going on with some of this religious stuff.
Look,
I don't have a clue.
this guy might be a piece of shit, but that
But
doesn't
I will
mean he killed
defend his
anybody.
right
He might
to
have
believe whatever he
talked
wants to
about killing
believe.
people and encouraged people, but he didn't do it.
Experts.
It was the church.
Dr. Raven.
The LDS Church.
Yeah, it's
Like,
still a big conspiracy directed
remember
at
what
Chad.
Dr. Raven talked about.
Exactly.
so he's not taking any
She talked about the
responsibility.
results. She stood here very clearly and said, you don't get to engage in confirmatory bias. It's undetermined. And by looking at all of that
I wanna
other
say
stuff, and in 25 or
Lori's
30 years of
lawyer
doing it, she never did
the
that.
same
She never
during
looked at the
his
other stuff.
closing.
Dr. Bartlink,
He
we already
said
talked about
something
that.
Like
The
she
body wasn't,
that
the whole
ready.
body wasn't there. Where is it? Patrick
Well,
Eller,
Mace,
no
he's
data
not wrong.
showing. Chad Daybell, no device location. Dr.
She's an
Hampinkian,
Idaho 10, but everywhere else
he
she's
talked
a
about
4.
hair samples, and you remember from the state police
That's
talking
what
about
Chad is. He's an
the
Idaho
40 or
8.
50 hair samples that they sent
She's an
over
Idaho 5.
to one of the laboratories, and some of those included
Even
blonde
for
hairs.
Idaho.
Blonde hairs. Now, the DNA
that
evidence
swipe
on
right?
the plastic on JJ
Swipe left? Which one's
showed
the
that there
one
was
you
a
don't want?
fingerprint
I don't know.
and a
We're too old
handprint
for
of
that.
Alex Cox on the plastic. There was
He
also,
keeps looking at the jury like he is.
He's
Lori
talking
Vallow's
directly-
hair.
Oh, him. Oh,
and they
Chad.
had her sample. And when he asked Dr. Hampinkian, did they
Right.
exclude those blonde hairs from that they found on the tape wrapped around JJ? Did they exclude Lori Vallow? It wasn't
And
her.
I'm sorry for anybody that's from
But
Idaho.
you know what? Whose
I
blonde hairs were there?
apologize.
I only know one other blonde. JJ Vallow and the other blonde. Well, it was the
I'm a
blonde
Georgia
who was
4,
with her,
so you know.
with him in the apartment when he died, named Melanie Gibb. But once again, we ignore that evidence. We don't test that evidence. We don't look at that evidence. We don't examine that evidence. We don't get samples of that evidence. Instead, we ignore it and we go right to Chad Daybell.
Conspiracy theory.
We talked about Dr. Hampinkian
Well,
talking
he was
about
talking about flat Earth.
negative DNA results.
It was
And of the
flat earthers that were
18
coming after him.
tools that were found in Chad Daybell's garage,
This is the idea that
How
the
many of
LDS
them had his
Church
DNA?
was coming after him because they didn't like his
0.
books.
Yeah.
Like that's a new one.
did
I
they
was not
test
expecting
anything
that one.
else?
No, it
No.
wasn't either.
Magically,
We should have expected.
Tylee's remains
Yeah,
are on
we
a
should have.
pickaxe and a
Yeah.
shovel.
She's like,
The same
I'm
thing
the
that I
hottest
talked to you
murderer
about
in the
in
psych
Exhibit
ward.
35. And folks, please examine that. Please
That's
look
why Emma
carefully.
went blonde.
Casting,
Oh, hello
religious
from
beliefs,
China.
dark light casting.
Hi,
He's a
Vivan, how are
traditional
you?
Mormon. You may not like it. You may not believe what he believes, but he has every right to talk about it. He's written a number of books
That's
about
what
it.
this is not
And
about.
any chance anybody gets to
Yeah,
even mention the
exactly.
word religion
This
to
is
him,
about
he
him
goes off
murdering
on a
people,
35
not
or
his
40-minute
writing crazy
patriarchal
books.
prayer
But it's
that I
okay,
still don't
so
even understand what he
the
was
Mormon
talking
church
about.
is powerful.
But he
And they
does
have
it
money. So they're going
and
to
goes
use
into
that
great
money
detail about all
to
sorts of things.
bury Chad.
Dark spirits,
Because he writes
death
stupid books?
percentages.
Because he writes stupid books that are
castings.
nonsensical. Yeah,
You heard from Emma
exactly.
Murray. You heard from Emma
Oh, he
Murray,
just smiled.
and she talked about the fact that she felt like she had something possessed in her. And Chad
Hey,
helped her
Vivan, which part of
rid
China
her
are you
of
from?
that spirit. Now, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. But I asked her, does that mean you die?
Oh, we do.
No.
Why does nobody
And
talk
when they're
about how
talking about
uncharismatic
inflicting
Chad is?
pain
I know, we do.
and
So
inflicting
the
discomfort,
very
they're not talking
the
about
way we describe
inflicting
him, he's a
discomfort
slug.
on the actual person.
So
It took
our-
us a long
The
time to figure
discussion,
out
if they
why
took the
people would
time to
follow
look
him,
at
but I
it,
think we figured it
is
out.
they're inflicting
Yeah.
pain on the spirit
Yeah.
that's inhabited the body, and they're trying to make it
So
uncomfortable
we do a whole
so that the
series
body
on,
and the spirit are
well,
separated.
we're starting
that
a whole
spirit
series
goes
on
off. And you
charismatic
make it
leaders like
uncomfortable
Jim
enough that that
Jones
spirit
is a perfect
disappears.
example. He does not have any of the
DNA
attributes
evidence.
of a
I talked about
charismatic
this
leader.
already. No Chad, Alex
But
Cox,
what he
Lori
does
Vallow,
do
primary
is
and
he
secondary, and
plays to people's
and
egos
the important
and
thing is
makes
here,
them
is,
feel
folks, is
good
this.
and tells
At the
them the
time
things
that
that they want to hear for their
JJ
spiritual
Vallow was buried,
superiority.
Yep.
That's
I
how he
talked
gets
to
people to follow him.
Dr. Hempinking about this, and some of you
He tells them
smiled
they're
because I said,
special.
"Is there anything else I'm missing?"
Heavenly.
Sweat,
Heavenly.
He uses
Spit.
a lot of terms that are in
fingerprints,
what I would say like Christian faith
breathing,
to put
any
attributes
kind of way
onto
to get
somebody
DNA.
that
And Dr.
really shouldn't
Hempinking
have
said,
those attributes.
a small
Yeah.
little particle,
Heavenly,
that's all it takes.
beautiful, et cetera.
And
et
yet
cetera.
after the state lab did
So
their
he builds them
examination,
up.
after they went through everything,
And then he starts controlling
nothing
them.
of Chad's.
Well, he lets them kind of do
Nothing
their
of
own thing, which
Chad's.
is
Hair's not
following the
tested.
family. You know, like again, I don't know if I
Dr.
have direct
Hempinking
correlation
said
in my
DNA does
mind
not tell us where
that
or when
Chad
the DNA got
was
there, when it occurred.
personally involved, but that's
Talks about
irrelevant.
presence. Chad Daybell,
Yeah, he's definitely not.
you can't hold his
charismatic.
silence against him.
He gave people what they
You
wanted
can't
to
do
hear.
that.
Right.
If he
The right
chooses not to
message at the
talk,
right
you
time.
can't even consider that. If that's going into your consideration, then that's, the judge will give you an instruction on that. That's not something you do.
Don't have
Reasonable
feelings,
doubt.
Don't have emotions. Wait a minute,
Motive,
did you put a
Alex
Post-it note up
Cox.
there?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Alex Cox needed to cover for a murder.
Yeah. Okay.
Lori and Alex, they're the two ones who are involved. Why is it that it's a woman like Lori Vallow, married 5 times?
Why would she marry him?
She pursued Chad. She's the one who pursued Chad. Remember when we talked about they were at the book situation where they're selling the books at the Preparing the People? And then subsequently there was a basketball game and Zaluma talked about, well, are you afraid of me? And Chad goes walking off. She pursued Chad. I don't know what her agenda is,
He like
but
looks at the
ultimately her
jury
agenda
like,
was
are
to
they
get another
buying
life
this?
insurance check after
Are they-
Chad
do
Daybell
they
was knocked
believe
off
this?
by
Are
Alex
they-
Cox.
Do they believe this?
I want to
think it's the
talk a little
lighting,
bit
but,
about Tammy.
Like his eyes are
The Fitbit.
sunken in.
Mm-hmm.
Officer Mattingly went into great detail about
You
all
see,
the
like,
mileage
he,
she was
like,
traveling
you
and
see
all
how his
these things
eyes,
she was
like,
doing.
Look over.
And then Emma Murray and Joe Murray talk about
There's
a
something
simple
that he
thing.
looks like, and it's
Tammy would lay in the bed
probably some geek reference that I'll annoy everybody by saying, but
Probably.
and there was a
yeah,
competition.
especially you.
And Tammy, if anything, wonderful woman,
Oh, now
very
they're gonna start
competitive.
disparaging Tammy.
real easy. Run that Fitbit up.
Oh,
Run that
That's the part
Fitbit
that we
up.
missed from the
And it
technology.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter,
I know
even if she
about
was
it.
walking.
Yeah,
my
because everyone
God.
told
Even
us
if she
about
was
it.
walking. You heard from Emma Murray how her health wasn't that great. From
I'd
Garth
love to
how her
see
health
Lori's
wasn't that
face when
great.
she learned Chad made like
And you can't
$5,000
speculate.
per year.
You don't get to do what Dr. Christensen did, which is speculate that we think that's what she died. Because if you're speculating, you're breaking the judge's
Look at
rule.
Miss Blake.
No
It's like, oh.
speculation. Either you know what
like,
caused it
Yeah,
or you don't
and-
know what
and
caused
destroying-
it. And if you don't know
I
what
think-
caused it, And one person
Our
says
opinion is that
undetermined,
he
the other
does
one
this
says
on
homicide
purpose.
because I was provided all
Zulema?
the police reports.
Whatever that
That
means.
doesn't get you
Zulema,
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
don't
think he's
get
saying
to
Zulema and
speculate.
it's irritating. Zuluma. Yeah.
Officer
It's
Coulter,
Zulema.
Yeah. So
the prosecutor pointed out
so
that at
there's
9:30,
there's the idea that
Tammy
he's
Daybell
doing this
did
on
a
purpose.
search.
And
she did a search on her computer.
I don't know where
about
you guys are
paintball
from, but
guns.
from
And then
a lot
10
of the
minutes,
stuff that we
10 minutes
see
later, she called the
is
non-emergency
like,
line and said there was a
the
paintball
Southern
incident.
lawyer.
And
I'm
the
just a
prosecutor's
poor
saying, well,
Southern
how
lawyer, and
did
I
she
don't know
show
what's going
Officer
on,
Coulter
but let me tell you
if she
about
was
my,
Googling
you know,
it?
and
Because
it's
when
an act.
Officer Coulter eventually got
And
there,
we feel that that's
as you
what
remember the
Pryor's doing
testimony,
right
if
now.
you remember it this way,
Is that every time he mispronounces a word, it's an act just to
and Tammy
make him look like
took
he's an
Officer
idiot
Coulter
or
the
something
computer
like
and
that.
said,
And I don't.
this is what the
And I'm
paintball
sure
gun
maybe
looks
there's
like.
sympathy,
This
or
is what
you,
I Googled.
Oh yeah, well,
And Tammy
he's
didn't
not one of
Google
those Slick City
AK-47.
lawyers, so he's
Tammy
a
didn't
man
Google
of
all of
the
that other
country.
stuff. She Googled paintball
You
gun
know,
and
the-
told
the
Officer
country
Coulter
folk.
that's
He can
where
be
it
trusted.
is. And then
And I
Officer
think that
Coulter
might be
fills
what
out
it
a
is.
very short
And Anna's
police
saying
report.
he lost every woman on
And
the
lo and
jury.
behold,
Oh,
at
yeah.
the urging of
He
whoever
should have.
his boss is out
He
there,
absolutely should have.
And don't forget too, we are
changed it a
now
little bit.
equal
But he
to
included that Joe
the other
Murray
testimony. It's been an
saw
hour and 21
heard
minutes.
Tammy yelling. And Joe got
And
up
remember,
there and
he
said,
said,
I did
"I'm not
not
going to
hear
spend
that.
as much time as her."
I
Yeah.
did not do any of that.
He's a liar.
You're wrong, Officer Coulter. And he got his facts
look
wrong.
at
And
him.
you know where he gets
Yeah.
facts wrong in? The second report he did. Sometime later, after he does the second report, that's where he got the facts wrong. I want to clarify something else.
You
Yeah,
gotta-
please
you gotta
clarify it.
clarify. Miss Blake is like, "All right, you clarify for me, so I." She's gonna come back and rebuttal and be like,
When
"Oh,
you do
hell
rebuttal
no."
and closings?
the police on the
Really?
26th contacted Melanie
It's gonna
Gibb,
be, the rebuttal is going to be interesting.
She
That's
said,
actually,
"I
think,
have
what I'm most
JJ.
interested in.
Oh, she's awesome.
I have
Yes, she
JJ.
is.
And it wasn't a short
So-
time later. There was a suggestion
So I know
that
we
it was
get
a
a
short
lot of
time
like
later.
positivity about Miss Blake, and I think it's
It was
deserved.
10 days later.
And
the
we've said
gig
this
was
many
up.
times that we think she should get her own show.
Melanie knew she was caught. She was there during the murder.
What?
And suddenly she starts singing.
What?
And she starts telling these long tales. And the biggest complaining witnesses against Chad Daybell,
Who said on the
David
stream they were
Warwick,
gonna start blaming Melanie? Who was
Melanie
that?
Gibb.
Yeah,
They're
who
the
was it?
two
Who on the stream
that are
said
saying
that they're going to
all
blame
of this stuff,
Melanie?
saying,
You
"Oh,
got
yeah,
you,
Chad,
you
Chad,
nailed
Chad,
it.
You
Chad."
got it.
Well, they got the most to lose because they were there.
I wasn't
JJ
expecting
Vallow
the
was
whole
killed.
LDS church thing.
Zulema Pastenes,
Who?
another complainer,
Sulema,
married to the murderer,
another pot stir,
married
Man, I
to the
tell you,
murderer
These women that stir the
of
pot
JJ
and are
Vallow,
complaining
are
about
married to the
murderers.
murderer
Yeah, you know your place.
of Tylee Ryan, married to the murderer of Charles Vallow,
I don't believe that.
and married to the attempted murderer of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's what it feels like. Yes, Deidre. Why does your message keep getting retracted? What? Are you retracting your own messages? Don't do that. I want to hear it. It was Deidre who said it. So kudos to you, Deidre. You definitely
Called it.
you definitely
Brenda
called it,
Dye ordered
and you were right.
the autopsy. It said no autopsy. Emma Murray agreed and then said, my dad didn't say anything one way or the other. Chad wasn't trying to hide anything.
Oh, Chad wasn't trying to hide anything, huh?
Which, okay,
Steve Schultz, no bruising.
that's another thing.
The
I
bruising
think of.
on
Why
Tammy's
didn't they
body,
just have her
8 bruises
cremated
on
right
one
away?
arm from the book fair carrying the books. Emma talked about that. One bruise on the other
Yeah,
with one
but
up here.
Emma-
You carry a book in your arm.
Yeah.
He leans against
And
your
I,
chest
I
at
agree
one
with you. You
point.
could have
got
done a
8
better
bruises
job
on
than
the other
prior in
arm.
closing.
There's no asphyxiation here, folks. You heard
Yeah,
you
Deidre,
heard
you definitely nailed
Dr.
it. I
Raven
told you guys
saying
Melanie
600
would be
pounds
the
would have
cover
to sit
story.
on your
Agreed.
chest to smother you the way they're
Totally agree.
suggesting.
You nailed it.
No marks on the neck, no indication of anything else. This was
Why did
not
she have marks on the
homicide.
neck?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one too.
Steve Schultz,
This like
Chad's
reminds
a
me of
good
the
guy.
female lawyer from the Depp Heard trial.
He's straight.
Oh, I didn't watch
and
that.
he did have an
Yeah,
affair.
that was a
folks.
good
He
one.
had
She
an
was
affair.
really good.
I just really watched
But the
cult
affair
stuff.
doesn't mean
Oh, you misspelled it?
he
Okay.
killed anybody.
Okay.
And maybe there was a plan.
Yeah,
You tell me that
we
you're having an
require
affair with
absolute
someone
perfection
and you don't start
in our
discussing the
stream.
possibility of a future, having a future, spending time
We
together in
misspell
the
everything
future,
on
that
purpose.
doesn't mean you're
We
going to murder.
Well, you misspelled it on purpose. I don't.
Reasonable doubt. Motive Alex Cox. Lori and Alex. That's where all the trouble.
Absolutely.
You don't
Macy,
go
he's-
being
he-
married for
I
29 or
agree.
30
He is
years with nothing as
misstating
much
the
as a
evidence.
speeding
I
ticket on your
totally
record.
agree.
Yeah, well,
And
Miss
you,
Blake
then
will
you
come back
marry
and set him
someone
straight.
Yeah.
who, what are you afraid of me? And 5 husbands later, no DNA. These officers
These are all
failed
absolutely
this
valid points.
investigation.
There was no
They
DNA on either one of the
absolutely
bodies.
failed
And
in
they
their
should have,
investigation,
like,
looking
that.
up the facts of
A
this
good
case.
defense attorney would be like, "There's no DNA."
Folks, if there
Yeah.
is
Anywhere.
reasonable doubt,
DJ, you're talking about
and there is reasonable
Pryor,
doubt,
how he sleeps at night? I'm going to tell you, he's a
must,
lawyer.
according to the judge's
This is his job.
instructions,
If you Google him, he
return a
has some
verdict of
interesting
not guilty.
priors. He's not. He's
I am
not a great
respectfully
human.
asking all
The Pryor
of you
has some priors?
to return a
Pryor has
verdict
some
of not
serious priors.
guilty.
That if he, no, he's finished.
Wow, I just walked off.
He should have been disbarred,
Really?
but it was a
All
different
right,
time.
thank you, Mr. Pryor. That will conclude the defense closing argument then. Does the state intend to offer a rebuttal closing?
So I'm also going to say, DJ,
Oh hell,
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
do.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to suggest we take a quick recess before you start with the state's
Not
rebuttal.
guilty?
Is that all right, Ms.
check.
Blake?
That would be Your Honor.
So,
Thank you.
Okay, we'll
I think he
recess
uses
for
Ambien.
15 minutes
That's
and
how
then
he
the
sleeps
state
at
can
night.
have its
Yeah.
rebuttal.
All right.
Yeah, Pryor actually pled guilty to an offense.
Really?
Or there's a word. It's not guilty. He pled to a lesser charge.
Was it due to him lawyering or
No,
so something else that
It's
happened
him.
in his life?
it was him being a pervert, creepy.
Yeah, so Deidre, I know lawyers. Like I've spent time with a few lawyers in my life. I don't hate them. You just never want to be on the opposite side of a good lawyer. But I think for what he's been given, he's been doing a decent job. I'm not going to say good. I'm just going to say decent.
I think he could have done better. He could have focused on the DNA.
Yeah.
He could focus on the DNA. He could focus on the fact that, yeah, Alex is the one. I had no idea. It was completely Alex, and Alex had the motive.
Yeah.
Because Alex clearly killed Charles Vallow. He had the motive.
Yeah.
And Tylee saw it, and so he killed Tylee.
He got to a good point, but then when he went on conspiracy theories on LDS,
That's when, yeah, that's like,
he lost me.
that's ridiculous.
And
Not like the LDS Church hasn't killed other people. But,
no, but just not
but
this one.
Not recently.
No. But the issue, and I think you guys kind of get my gist about religion, is that I'm not a super fan of a lot of religions, but only based on the merits of their actions. And to go on a conspiracy theory against a religion to show that your client is not guilty, I have a big issue with.
That's stretching. That's really stretching. Especially because Heather Daybell really tried to warn everyone.
Mm-hmm.
She really tried to like set the alarm and say there's a problem here, there's something going on, and no one believed her. The church like just ignored her and said stop talking.
Yes. And if anything, what I would say is that the church, if they're culpable of anything,
It's inaction.
it's inaction.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
100%.
Yep.
So let's talk about Melanie. Who's Melanie?
Sit down. Okay, so the main core of their cult
Yeah.
was Chad and Lori, and then it was Melanie. Okay, so there's two Melanies. There's one.
Of course there is.
Yeah, there's
multiple
one
Chads.
called. And okay, so do you remember there was the Melanie that got married in 11 days?
Yeah.
With the neighbor. Okay, so that's
and then,
one
and
Melanie.
then the guy was like, holy crap,
What-
she's insane.
Yeah.
What did I get involved in?
Exactly, like had the panic attack when
Yes. And they couldn't
one
find
of
the
his
kids.
kids
Yeah.
went missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that Melanie, and she was part of the cult, and
Right.
she is Lori Vallow's niece. So she's related by blood.
Got it.
Okay, and then there's Melanie Gibb, and her and Lori were friends, and Melanie married a guy named David, and they were all part of that cult. They had that podcast together. They were all cult
Okay.
members. So Melanie Gibb was there the night that JJ was murdered.
Well, okay. Is that known or is that just assumed based on a lot of evidence.
It's assumed based on a lot of the evidence
Yeah, okay.
that she was there.
Melanie's.
Yeah, Melanie's.
Melanie's and Gibb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's Gibb and then there's Pulowski. Now the Pulowski is a little bit more complicated because they're the ones with the 5 kids that they were labeling dark, the little ones
Right.
that they were, and those are
4 or 5-year-olds. Yeah.
Yep, and those were her kids. So those were the ones that were in super danger, and then they tried to kill her husband at the time, which became her ex-husband, David, I think.
The one that was recording the shit.
No, that
God,
was her new
Jesus.
husband.
We seriously, like, these people are so messed up. I have a
Yeah.
hard time
Yeah, that's why it's such
keeping
a
track of everybody.
and that's why the police didn't know what to do with it. Like they were just like, "What is going on?"
Oh yeah, I mean,
And
I
it's
wouldn't
like the
either.
FBI to
Like,
come in and go, "What is going on?" So Melanie,
Melanie Phibb.
yeah, yeah, and like who's lying? Who's still? And Melanie is still a true believer. Melanie Gibb is still a true believer.
Okay.
Whereas,
So because she's a true believer, it's easy to pin it on.
yeah,
You know.
yep. What are you looking at?
Okay, I know we need defense attorneys, but we also need garbage collectors. Neither of them they still smell like it.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome.
Oh, that is the best. That is the best one ever. Thank you, Deidre.
Did your computer die?
It rebooted because it needed a Windows update.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. And I'm gonna just drink while you're gone. I might actually do shots to try to extract Pryor's testimony from my brain. So tonight, I think I'm just going to hug my kids and watch cat videos. Oh my God. Or just pet my cat. Seriously though, like this kind of information, just all I want to do is just hug my kids and just tell them I love them, because it's so awful that these children, this is their fate based on whether it was religious or not. It doesn't matter. And he was right. I'll say Pryor was right. This has nothing to do with religion. And I'll agree with him. This has to do with trying to get kids out of the way so that you can spend time with Lori. Yeah, seriously. Like, we call it forest bathing. Like, so basically walking in the woods and just grounding yourself, because, you know, this is just awful on so many levels. Yeah. Don't fall down. Oh. So someone else says, I'm going for a little walk in the backyard. I'm like, yeah, because this is just, I mean, it's awful that this happened to kids.
Yeah.
I mean, like what I was saying when you're gone is like, I just want to hug my kids and watch cat videos just to,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's just, this is awful.
It is awful. It is awful the way that they murdered JJ. Just absolutely horrific.
I love this. Lindsay Blake will crush this fool.
Oh, she will.
Hells
She
yeah.
will. She will. She's good at that.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that it's like an epic rap battle. That's what I really want, you know.
Lindsay's going to win. She's going to completely win.
Yeah. I agree.
I think amazing things are going to happen for her. Like, this is going to make her career.
Yeah, I agree. Icons, like, we're all going to need a spiritual cleansing after this trial. It's just,
it's been going on for 5 years. It was 5 years ago, right before the pandemic, when we were like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? I mean, it's been going on for so long.
And I think what kills me the most is that these groups damage children the most.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if there's, I mean, and I'm going to say this and it's going to sound bad, but it's like, if it's religious members against religious members and they're all adults, that's better to me.
Well, I mean,
they're not as innocent.
Think about the Soldiers of Christ that I was talking about before the break. That's the cult here in the Metro Atlanta area that murdered that woman, and they trapped her in the basement, wouldn't let her go.
Well,
and she was an
they were
adult.
also like, well, hello.
Sorry, we're looking at our cat. Our cat's up on the top there.
It's that they kind of like I don't know what the term is. They kept at her to get her to come to Georgia so that they could imprison her and torture her.
Yeah.
Too.
Yep.
I mean, it's just
She was an adult, but I mean, it's when people use their religious beliefs to justify any kind of action. And I think by Pryor continuously saying is a better word to say it, that, oh, Chad was traditional or fundamental. I think that does him harm because that's the one thing that, oh, well, he has these traditional views. He can do whatever he wants to. He can act however he wants to. And that's how he was in his own mind.
Yep, agreed.
Because him and Lori could do literally whatever they wanted to. Because they were exalted beings. I think someone put that in the chat too. They were exalted beings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
So the rules didn't apply to them. And that was the cult that I was raised in too. That there were certain groups of people that the rules didn't apply to because they were
above.
Special, chosen above for whatever reason. And that's how people get hurt. Because then, they become egomaniacs and they become super powerful.
Well, it allows the narcissism to become doctrine.
Right. And that's why narcissism and religion go so well together.
Especially with charismatic leaders. And so my whole thing is that I don't think that I believe Chad was narcissistic, but he didn't have the qualities for that narcissism to become a charismatic member or leader.
Now, he could do it in one-on-one settings, but he couldn't do it he wasn't, like you said, a Jim Jones. Like, he couldn't go in and move people emotionally, but he could move people on those small groups.
Or even Amsharinkyo. I mean, like that cult is another one that, the leader.
Was that guy charismatic?
Yeah, extremely.
Yeah, so where Chad was getting people
he actually might even make Jim Jones look like inept.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
Yeah.
So I think where Chad really excelled was in that one-on-one, making the individual feel superior and part of that 144,000, and they were special and they had been chosen. And
I'm actually really curious about what he said to Alex.
Well, he gave him the blessing.
But it was kind of a standard blessing.
I don't think so.
No, what I mean, as far as him, like he didn't say anything specific to him, like you are,
in the blessing he did. Yeah,
really.
Yeah, it was very specific to him about that he was a special, exalted being, that he was there to protect Lori, that he was doing the right thing. The blessing is pretty chilling when you think of it in the context of the whole thing.
Right.
And I think that's where Chad really excelled, was making the individual feel so special.
Right. So there was, I guess when we say charismatic, we have this idea that someone is just like with their, they're like, hey, like I'm going to.
Like John Hamm.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah, like John Hamm.
Yeah, I would join John Hamm's cult.
Yeah, we say that. John Hamm, the John Hamm cult, he's a good cult leader.
That's why it got so much more dangerous when he met Lori.
Yep.
So, right. And this is where it's that feedback loop. Is that so Chad is telling everybody this stuff, and he might not. I think he's a believer. I wholeheartedly think that that he believed in what he said.
Hmm.
But I also feel, and you could see that from those interviews where he was with talking about his books. I mean, he was not an ambivert.
He's an introvert.
He's
extrovert.
introvert wholly. So then all of a sudden, you have Lori Vallow is coming along saying, "You're amazing,
Right.
and by the way, I can give you sex."
Right.
And then he's like,
He would do anything for that.
"Yeah,
And she kind of gave him clout, and
yeah." That and I believe that clout is like internal. So I feel that probably throughout his life, he's never felt like up to snuff, like he was not good enough to do really anything. He tried to write books. He tried to give, like, he had this philosophy. He had the near-death experiences. And then all of a sudden you have this blonde who's an Idaho, 9 or 10 coming along and saying, "Yeah, I'll have sex with you because what you're saying resonates with me."
because she was crazy, she was on the same level of crazy
Yep.
that he was.
Yep.
And that
Totally
same
agree.
fundamentalist type, preparing a people.
And Mace, I totally agree with you. It did sound like last rites. He's talking about
The blessing. Yeah.
Yeah. It was those hushed tones. And I think I made the comment, it's like, religious ASMR
Mm-hmm.
that he was trying to do there. And you will be blessed by,
Yeah.
which is very practiced. That was also Om Shrinkyo as well. He did the same thing.
Yeah.
Jim Jones didn't try to do the hush tones kind of thing, but there's many other charismatic leaders, and I think that's what he was trying to go for. I think that's where Chad wanted to
like
get
a
to.
false sense of humility.
Yep.
Like, yeah, but really he's a narcissist through and through.
Right. But if
that
I
believes the
speak
world.
in hushed tones,
I'm a humble.
I'm humbled and
Yeah.
I'm in this trance.
I'm
or
spiritually awakened because I act the way this way. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
And then I make you feel special. This individual, make them feel special.
Right. And it's Lori was sobbing. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
she was. It was weird.
Exactly.
That was such a weird thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Like she was already mourning his death, her protector's death.
Yeah, which, like, okay, so I think they said Joe Ryan died of a heart attack, but it's everything is just so weird.
Yeah.
And then
I in this case, I don't believe anything I hear.
No, but then they keep saying Alex Cox died of natural causes, but I mean, it's just so weird.
What does natural causes mean?
Yeah.
I really.
At that time, the time that Alex died, the FBI was involved. So they did an autopsy on him. I mean, they
were, yeah. If there was anything weird, yeah.
They were expecting it to be murder, but they couldn't find anything.
And I actually think it probably was unexpected for the Daybells. And I think it was also detrimental to the investigation.
When he died, yeah.
Because if they could have turned him to state, they would have had this would not have been a trial.
I don't know. They're so full of themselves, both of them.
Right. But Alex, remember, said they're going to pin this on me. So I already think that he realized what was going on and then had a heart attack or whatever.
You think he started to wake up?
Maybe a little bit.
But and so this is interesting when you're talking about these like cult groups, how some people have woken up and realized they were indoctrinated, and then some people who just dig in deeper into the cognitive dissonance. So you've got Chad's family, who the kids, not the siblings or anybody, not Heather, definitely, but those ones that dug in deeper, like it made their belief stronger by all of this.
Well, of course. And
because it's that persecution. I grew up with that persecution complex.
Oh, that's what I was going to say, was that if your whole life, I'm sorry, let me backtrack a little bit because I don't know what happened in their life. But if your whole religion is based upon persecution and that the end of the world was coming and that the FBI or the police are your enemies and
They're dark.
and then you commit a crime. This is David Koresh shit here.
Mm-hmm.
So David Koresh was kept saying like the government is your enemy. They're going to come and they're going to take our children away. They're going to take our guns away.
And then instigated that. So that is exactly what happened.
Yeah. And Jim Jones as well. Jim Jones did the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
The government is just going to take you away and they're going to murder you because, they're.
But the problem with Koresh is that they did that. They took the kids away and then they immediately fulfilled exactly what he said they were going to do. And that just reinforced in their brains.
Agreed. But
the government didn't have to do that.
Right. And that's the same issue with Jim Jones as well was if you keep saying the government's going to come and they're going to come wipe us out and kill us, the KKK is, and the white supremacists, they're ran by the government. They're going to come and kill you guys. And then all of a sudden the government shows up and they come to go take people away based upon the actions that Jim Jones did.
Mm-hmm.
So if Jim Jones just didn't do the shit and David Koresh and all these and Chad, nobody killed the children, nobody would have come to try to do anything. They would have just been like, okay, you guys are a little weird, but okay, go for it. Who cares? But because they initiated these events to occur because the time frame of
because that's what Emma said. Emma said when he was in the police car, she was like, I should have studied harder because now it's coming true. Yeah.
But why is it coming true? Because that's not the mental thought that
no,
you would have had in that indoctrination.
No, the when you're indoctrinated and you believe so heartedly, it's like, oh yeah, what you said is truth, and now this is the prophecy, and
instead of just going, hey, maybe if we wouldn't have killed those kids, the police wouldn't be here right now.
And that's the funny thing too is I feel like if they wouldn't have killed the kids, he would have gotten away with Tammy's murder, and they would have gotten away with Charles's murder.
If they would have just waited 2-3 years, they probably would have gotten away with it too.
Yeah.
It's not as suspicious then.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they didn't care at the end. They were just like,
and
end of the world's coming, so who cares?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is they were like, oh yeah, the end of the world's coming.
Yep. All right. I need to go real quick. Here's the chat, just in case anybody chats.
Okay. I know. We should be back by now. Yeah. I wonder if he feels that way, if because of COVID, he feels like that was part of his prophecy. But he did say the end of the world was coming in July something of 2021.
Yeah, you're talking about the
COVID
happening, stuff like that. Yeah.
I think when COVID hit, I think I texted that to one of my friends who is Mormon. I was like, he was right. So I'm right there with you.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good question. So me and Nicole, we're from Georgia, U.S. Georgia, not Asia, Georgia.
Georgia, not Georgia.
Georgia, not Georgia.
We're from Metro Atlanta.
Yeah, from the Metro Atlanta area. So we narrowed it down to 50 million people where we're from.
60% of Georgia lives in the Metro Atlanta area.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Anna?
Oh, Mace, that's actually interesting. Oh, I think we're back.
We're back.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Sharinkio is based on Nostradamus.
Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
So is Happy Science.
Nostradamus. Happy Science. That's a fun cult, too.
Ohio.
We got lost in Ohio not too long ago. We went to go see the Mothman. And we're on the West Virginia, Ohio border, and we got rerouted through Ohio.
Yeah, in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that was our only time in Ohio. We could have sworn.
Oh, I've been in Ohio. I've done motorcycle trips through Ohio.
Oh, that was the only time I'd ever been in Ohio was when we went to go see Mothman.
And it wasn't Cleveland. What's the other
Columbus. Cincinnati.
Yeah, Columbus. So I did a motorcycle trip through from Georgia to Columbus.
All right, please.
I'd watch that movie. Lost in Ohio. I'd watch that movie.
Yeah.
I tell you, if like, because we also like cryptids as well. So that area, that's scary as hell. I mean, like
right on the river.
You didn't even have to know that there
Thank you,
might
Mr.
be a
Bailiff.
Mothman
Please be
around,
seated.
but yeah, the place was scary. It was so spooky through there. But it was a fun time at the end. It was stressful.
All
to
right, we're
drive
back
through
on
it.
the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The defense concluded with its closing argument. At this time, the state is permitted a rebuttal closing argument. Is that going to be you again, Ms. Blake?
Oh, hells yeah.
All right, Ms. Blake, then if you'd like to have the state's rebuttal argument, you can do so now.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please have use of the
Oh my God.
HDMI?
Yes.
Yeah.
Money, power, and sex. Oh, she was.
Ladies
already
and
prepared.
gentlemen, counsel talked to you about some jury instructions, and I want to talk to you a little bit about them as well. You are going to get the official jury instructions from the judge, and in fact, you've already received those. As counsel talked about during jury selection, we also talked about jury instructions, and we talked about that that's what you would agree to follow in this case. I want to go over a couple of those with you. Instruction number 18. Counsel went over that with you, but I want to go through it again briefly. Aiding and abetting is defined as before or during the commission, intentionally aiding, assisting, facilitating,
He's not leaning
promoting,
forward anymore.
encouraging, counseling, soliciting, inviting, helping, or hiring another to commit a crime with the intent to promote or assist in its commission. If you find any one of those acts occurred, any one of those things, again, when we're talking about principal to first-degree murder, when we are talking about conspiracy, you don't have to find that the defendant actually committed the physical act to end someone's life. You have to find that he did one of those other things that we just talked about.
There you go. There we go.
When we talk about reasonable doubt, again, you have a jury instruction. However, reasonable doubt is commonly defined as a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Emphasis on reasonable. It's not any doubt. It is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And again, you have that jury instruction. The state absolutely recognizes we have the burden of proof in this case. We told you that from the beginning. We're not shying away from that. It is our burden. And the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, that's not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It's based on common sense. I also want to talk to you a little bit about the conspiracy instruction. You have several of those. In this case, we have 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. When you look at that conspiracy instruction, at the very bottom, it'll say that you have to find each and every element. What I want to distinguish, because I think it can get a little confusing at times, is one of the elements says that you have to find one overt act. You don't have to find every overt act. You have to find every element. And I think it's number 6 within that instruction that will list out the overt acts. And again, for a conspiracy, it requires that there be a plan to commit a crime, and then that just one of the actors commit one overt act. Not every actor has to commit one. Not every overt act has to be committed. Which brings us
And I
to
think
jury
that's where
instruction number 20.
Prior's testimony, Prior's closing actually hurt.
And counsel talked to you
because
about
he kept
this
saying that it was
when it comes
Alex,
to an agreement.
that you allowed Alex to come on
And
your land
I would
bury your children.
highlight that in instruction number 20, criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho. And 1 or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties.
And she's reading case law.
It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or it may be implied from the conduct of parties. I think that's important here. Counsel talked to you and kept trying to highlight and say, there's no agreement in the text messages. There's no agreement saying we're going to kill anyone.
Look at Prior's face right now.
I would disagree with that. And we're going to go through some text messages again. However, there doesn't have to be a written agreement. Again, it can be implied. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind. And when you go back to deliberate, really look at those jury instructions. As counsel said, it is the judge that controls the instructions. It is the judge that controls the law in the courtroom. Counsel talked to you about Emma Murray and the wind searches. We also talked about the wind searches. It's a listed overt act. On September 8th of 2019, Chad Daybell's email address was searching southwest wind. It was the day before Tylee Ryan is believed to have been taken to Chad Daybell's property. And if you recall, I asked Emma about that she just happened to do it the same day Tylee went missing.
Yeah, but Emma's a liar.
But what I'd also ask you to remember is Emma Murray talked to you all about how she wanted to see her mom's autopsy results. And she told you how law enforcement threatened her. You can't see it unless you sit down for an interview. And I'd ask you to remember when Detective Mattingly came in and we played a recording. The recording was a depiction of the interaction between Detective Mattingly and Emma Murray.
Is Emma in the gallery?
And I'd ask you to remember that in that
probably not.
interaction, Detective Mattingly specifically tells Emma,
He was looking for her.
I just want to share the autopsy results with
I
you.
can't see anybody.
I think you're entitled to see
anybody
them.
in that group.
I'm not saying what he said verbatim. It's an exhibit if you want to listen to it. But he was very clear with Emma. He wasn't trying to interview her. He told her, you don't need to sit down for an interview. And yet when Emma was on the stand, she said the only way she could see those autopsy results was if she sat down for an interview. That's not what the recording showed. And I'd ask you to keep in mind too, Jason William came and testified. And one of the things Jason talked about is that he and Chad had been friends. Jason is married to Tammy's sister. Jason indicated Chad made a statement to him along the lines of,
Our other cat
my kids
might
know
be in
how to
attendance.
keep a secret. Counsel talked to you about Charles Vallow. And he talked about that charges are not being pursued against Charles Vallow. But if you recall, what Detective Duncan said is law enforcement absolutely recommended charges. And what Detective Duncan said is that's homicides are never a closed deal. Counsel wants you to believe that there was evidence presented that Tylee witnessed or saw what happened to Charles. You rely on your recollections. What you all saw and heard and what you recall is what you consider in this case. Arguments of counsel are not evidence.
Yep.
But I would indicate I don't recall hearing that. I don't think there's any evidence whether Tylee actually witnessed the homicide of Charles Vallow.
There she is. You call it, Anna.
But what I would ask you to consider is what we do know. Because counsel also brought up Brandon Boudreaux and brought up Chad doesn't have charges pending for Brandon Boudreaux. He does not. Chad's not here on trial for the death of Charles Vallow or Brandon Boudreaux.
In Arizona, yeah. Thank you.
But keep in mind what we know. Chad Daybell
Is a slug.
labeled Brandon Boudreaux dark.
Yep.
Alex Cox went down to Arizona in Tylee's Jeep after Tylee was already gone and took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Chad labels people dark. Chad determines death percentages or when someone's time is up. And Alex believes Chad 100%. Alex does what Chad asks of him.
After the first time,
What do we
Chad
also
might
know?
stop doing that.
Chad labeled Charles dark. In fact, 3 different entities were named by Chad as having taken over Charles. And keep in mind the facts that we do know. On June 29th of 2019, Charles confronted Lori about the affair. On July 1st of 2019, Charles said, I'm going to go and meet with Tammy. She deserves to know. And 10 days later, Charles is dead. Alex shot and killed him.
She's just like, oh.
Chad was on the phone with Lori, texting just before Charles arrived. Chad was on the phone with Lori throughout the day, and Chad called the mortuary about how to get Charles cremated and sent to Louisiana. Lori and Alex weren't the ones labeling people dark in the messages. Lori and Alex weren't the ones assigning death percentages. And you saw the message from Lori telling Alex, she and Chad were trying to figure out how to fully get rid of zombies, and then they would let Charles know, or Alex know. Alex wasn't the one making those determinations. Chad was.
Lori kept asking him for information.
And when it came to
When is
Tylee,
this going to happen? When are we going to
also remember, Alice Gilbert said Chad
lower the
told
death
her,
percentages?
Tylee didn't like me. Counsel talked to you about
was
Regan
fucking
Price
with this.
hearing a gunshot. And again, you go off your recollection and your understanding of the testimony. I don't know, I don't recall Regan saying a specific date or time. But what I would indicate is counsel says, well, he shot a raccoon on the morning of September 9th. I would remind you, we don't know the cause of death for Tylee Ryan because she was burned.
And dismembered.
We do know, and we saw the slide, that Alex Cox, or a device associated with him, was on the Daybell property the morning after Tylee was last seen alive. And we saw the location data, it doesn't just put him on Chad's property, it puts him by where Tylee's body was found. It puts him by the pet cemetery, by the burn pit. Chad sends a message that morning around the same time about burning limbs and debris. But he wants you to believe that somehow Tylee's body was buried somewhere else. Alex just happened to be up there that day at the same time, in the same place that Tylee's body was ultimately found, but she must have been moved.
And that Chad was
Alex
posting
went
the same
to
time.
the apartment where Tylee was
Just
staying.
Coincidentally.
Alex
That's
received a
agreement
phone
to
call
me.
from Chad, and Alex went to Chad's property on September
Teacher,
9th
I
of
agree with you.
2019.
It just makes me fucking sick.
There was talk about these tools and looking at the exhibits, and I encourage all of you to look at any exhibits that you want to. You're the finders of fact. They are there for your review. But what I would remind you is Agent Daniels was asked about those tools. And he kept saying and indicated he didn't see what dirt or what counsel was talking about when being asked questions about the dirt on those handles. Agent Daniels was very clear about how they ran that search scene. He was very clear about partitioning things off. And you heard from multiple officers about the intricacies of that body recovery, about how many agencies and investigators were involved. There was no evidence, no testimony that anyone on scene took those tools and used them. In fact, it was the opposite. There was no testimony, no indication that any investigator went and took tools out of Chad Daybell's property to dig up those kids.
And even if it did, what does that have to do with the case? Because they still didn't
I'd
find
also
DNA
remind
on
you,
him. So
Agent Daniels was very clear
on the
about
on the
Chad
pickaxe.
Daybell's house
but
having an
not the
upstairs.
shovels.
He was asked about that several times. He was very
So the
clear.
shovels being dirty and
There was
then
an
not dirty
upstairs.
and not finding DNA evidence.
And I
on them
remind
is
you, on
okay.
June
Make any
9th,
difference?
there was
Yeah,
an
it doesn't-
audio
makes no
recording
difference.
played of Chad and Emma talking. And there was an indication of Chad saying, you can go ahead and take the mattress out of the upstairs.
Mhm.
Because he was sleeping up
Again,
there.
on January 23rd, Chad
'Cause she
places
knew.
a call to Alex. Alex then goes to Chad's property. And we see a device or Alex at the Daybell property on the morning of September 23rd, the day after JJ's last seen alive. And he's not just on the property, he is where JJ is found. He gets a call from Chad and he goes up there. Counsel talked to you about Melanie Gibb and David
I
Warwick
agree.
being there the last time JJ's seen alive.
Horrible.
I would remind you, you heard from Agent Hart and you heard how he went through Lori's iCloud accounts. And there were thousands of messages, a lot of data, a lot of information. And what didn't he find? He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying Tylee and JJ were dark or that Tammy was dark. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying what anyone's death percentage was. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick indicating anything like that. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick to Lori about any type of a plan. Melanie and David both testified. They left the morning of the 23rd. They did not go to the Daybell property. In fact, if you recall, David testified he wanted to see JJ again. Lori didn't let him.
She already did at that point.
I think so.
In addition, if you recall, Ian Pulowski had made some recordings at the request of law enforcement. He was trying to help law enforcement locate the kids. In those recordings, there's several times where Chad and Lori are on the recording with Melanie and Ian. In one of the calls, Alex and Zulema are present as well. And in that call,
she can
they
say the
talk
name
about
right.
Melanie Gibb. They're upset with her. Why are they upset with her? Because she's going to go to the police and tell them the truth. And Lori's own words, 3 things are going to happen. She's going to basically pay for it in the afterlife because she has knowledge. She's out of our group. And the cops aren't going to believe her now that she's telling the truth. What's key there? She's telling the truth. And what was Melanie Gibb's truth? She never had the kids. Counsel talked to you about Lori making a comment about going to live with Melanie Gibb. That comment would have been made on November 26th of 2019 when Rexburg law enforcement responded to the apartment trying to do a welfare check on JJ Vallow. Remember, at that time, Melanie Gibb had been told that JJ was with Kay by Lori. When Chad called her that day, she asked him, Kay doesn't have JJ? And Chad said no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. There was no indication that Lori had any plans to move with Melanie. And in fact, at that point, JJ and Tylee were gone.
Yeah, I think they both.
Where did Lori actually go?
So indoctrinated
she didn't go to
that
Melanie's.
She would go along with anything.
She
Chad
went to
said.
Hawaii with Chad.
But she was already. I don't like to use the word crazy, but I'm going to say it. She was so crazy before.
And in fact,
all
with
she
both
needed was
Tylee
someone
and
like Chad
JJ,
to enter her life.
both of
And then
them
they fed
were
off of
last
each other.
seen shortly after it was confirmed that Lori was receiving their Social Security payments.
I don't get it personally, but that's the best explanation I have.
Chad is the one who determined if someone was dark.
Exactly the same way.
Chad is the one who determined death percentages. The kids were buried on Chad's property. Chad called Alex both mornings before Alex showed up.
Yeah, I said it on another podcast. If the cult had asked my mother to kill
Counsel
me,
also talked to you about the fact
No
Alex
questions
is not
asked, she would've.
shy about shooting people. Counsel talked to you about he shot Charles Vallow. He shot at Brandon Boudreaux. But remember, on October 9th, when there's the attempted shooting of Tammy, Alex had gone and purchased dark clothing, including a dark face mask. Alex had a Grendel 6.5. Remember Tammy's description. The man stood there looking at me, just pulling the trigger, just shooting at me. This wasn't someone that mistook Tammy for Chad. And you heard testimony from Garth Daybell. And first, Garth said, at the time of the attempted shooting, Tammy was the one driving the Dodge. And upon a little further questioning from counsel, he switched that. At a minimum, what stayed consistent with the testimony was Tammy did in fact use that Dodge. Tammy was the one confronted by a gunman. Tammy was the one that had someone standing there pulling a trigger at her.
Matters. Oh,
Not
I didn't
Chad.
realize that.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, you heard testimony, there was no report by Chad ever made, at least to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, about anyone attempting to harm him. No report made that he was concerned or had any fear of Alex Cox. In fact, after Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow in July, Chad was back down there visiting with Alex and Lori first part of August. And during that visit, that's when he gave Alex a blessing that Alex should move to Idaho. Doesn't sound scared of Alex.
Starting to think Chad's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Just hadn't thought that before. Just came to my brain just now.
And we talk about some of the things Chad told
He's
people.
a prophet.
And we'd heard a little bit of a conversation that he had with Jason William. And I think on that call, we had it as December 18th of 18. And that actually would have been December 18th of 2019. So you knew Gibb placed a call on December 8th of 2019 to Chad and Lori Lori tells her JJ's safe. And on December 18th of 2019, they have a conversation with Jason William. And in that conversation, Chad tells him, It's just a simple situation.
Everything will be explained.
Chad was
later.
with
That
Lori
always the
when she
thing,
talked to
too,
Gib.
with me. Was
Lori was with Chad when they talked to
because
Jason.
once the world ends, you will
A simple
understand.
situation.
Yep.
Know where JJ is. You heard also from Emma Murray that her dad told her the kids were safe and it would all be explained or cleared up in due time.
Yeah.
Once the world ended.
Yep.
What you never
think they
hear
both
is
really
Chad
did
reporting
believe-
anything to law enforcement
'Cause
about
I
these
always
kids
ask
being
myself,
missing. Never reporting anything to
whenever
law
I'm
enforcement about
researching
fear of Lori Vallow
cult
or Alex
leaders,
Cox.
did they believe? And I think Chad
What we do
and Lori
see
were true believers.
is continued phone contact between
I could see
them.
that.
We hear of continued interactions in person between those individuals. And we hear repeatedly
'Cause
how
if he wasn't, he would have
Alex
done more
and
to
Chad
Gib.
have a close
He wouldn't have
relationship.
had the kids buried
Melanie
on his property.
Pulowski said Alex looked to Chad like a big brother, would do what he asked.
I mean, you know, if anything, you bury them on the pot stirrers land.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Yeah, I can with them. I can
Mhm.
totally imagine that.
I think they would have come after her.
And then counsel also talked
they
to
were
you
she was next,
about
100%.
Tammy's autopsy. He talked about Dr. Christensen not reaching out to the kids to get medical information. You heard from multiple law enforcement officers, the kids wouldn't talk to him.
Yep. That's what we said.
There weren't any reports to provide because the kids didn't talk to law enforcement. You heard Dr. Christensen talk about what he did review, medical records, multiple reports. And counsel talked about some of his
See, and the
experts as
question
well.
that I have is,
And
I think
first
that
one,
she
Dr.
felt
Raven.
that the end times were coming.
What Dr.
long
Raven talked
before
to you
she
about
met
was that she
Chad.
reviewed a handful of
So
documents,
when
a
she met
handful of
Chad,
records that
it
were
was
provided
this
to her by
click.
counsel.
I just keep thinking about this.
She didn't
like,
review
what Lori
a
believes.
significant amount of information, but most telling
And I'd be
maybe,
very interested to see
she
if
didn't
there's
even
like
review
further
any medical
documentaries
records.
that show like what occurred to her ex-husbands.
Dr. Marsden
'Cause she
and
went through, what,
Dr.
5 or 6
Christensen reviewed medical records.
husbands or something
They
like that,
reviewed
right?
reports.
Yeah, Chad was her fifth.
They looked at the circumstances surrounding the death in reaching their conclusion. And again, they were both firm. Cause of death, asphyxiation. Manner of death, homicide. Counsel talked to you about Patrick Eller. Didn't find location data for Chad. You heard from Detective Stubbs about how Chad had done searches on how to shut off location data and also at one point had cleared his location data. Chad knew how not to be found, how not to be located. Dr. Bartelink had determined that he couldn't rule out that Tylee could have been burned in 2 hours, depending on what kind of accelerant was used. And then Dr. Hampinkian, we talk about the DNA. What I'd remind you, the state talked to you about the hairs and the DNA as well. For conspiracy
Yeah, and I agree.
and for
But she was
principle,
looking to
there is no requirement
Chad
that the
for
defendant
information on
actually
why
committed
things
any
aren't going the way
physical
he
act
said that they were
to
going to go.
end anyone's life.
And it's that conversation that basically, if you ignore everything else that Lori's going to Chad looking for, I need to know that this is the right path, that we're doing the right thing. And he was like, absolutely.
Yep.
That one conversation should be enough to show that he was in charge.
Yep.
And counsel talked to you about coroner Dye saying Chad was kind of indifferent on the autopsy.
And then as soon
But
as
I
he
would
did say
remind
it, she
you
was just
that
like,
Deputy
okay.
Coroner Wilmore,
So it wasn't like she kept
Samantha
disagreeing or like
Gwilliam,
wanting more
Heather
information. She was
Daybell,
just like, okay.
all indicated Chad told them
That
he
conversation
didn't
is
want to get an
the most damning
autopsy
piece of
or he
evidence
wasn't
for-
going to. Steve Schultz was brought up. Counsel talked to you about how he said Chad was a good guy. I remind you, Steve Schultz is the one that after finding out there was not going to be an autopsy and how quick the funeral was, said he turned to Jason Gwilliam and said, "Do you think he killed her?"
Oh yeah, he did.
And law enforcement talked to you several of them, Agent Hart was one, about how they did follow up on leads. And Agent Hart explained they didn't want to get blinders. So if tips came in, if it was out of the state, the FBI generally followed up on it. If it was in state, local law enforcement generally did. Tips were followed up on. This wasn't a case where law enforcement had blinders. They talked to you about that, and you heard a lot. They would go where the evidence led. Tammy was found dead in Chad's house. The kids were found dead in his yard. You go where the evidence leads. Counsel also talked to you about Chad just talking about zombies. Chad just talking about these things. Chad wasn't just talking about zombies. Chad was saying if someone was a zombie, they had to die. And people that Chad labeled zombies that were obstacles that were in his way of being with Lori or that he could get financial gain from, those were the zombies that actually died.
Yep. He didn't shake his head no
Zombies
on that
is
one.
designated by Chad.
Because none of his kids died.
Yep. Yeah, that was key. That was a good point.
Mm-hmm.
If they were in his way or he could benefit, those are the ones he got rid of.
And there was an indication that these were just messages that Chad was exchanging about people being light and dark or people's death percentages.
The way I chat to people.
Dark.
This person's a zombie. They need
They
to
were
die.
just
LOL.
messages
Yeah.
that resulted in 3 people dying.
Again, if after the first one, you might think something might be wrong and you might stop saying this shit.
When we talk about whether or not there was a plan, this mission included being with him and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear. Full plan to be together. Is there a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Children being JJ and Tylee? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. What happened to the children? They were found dead in his yard. We're so close to the finish line. What finish line? Getting rid of all earthly obstacles, all earthly relatives that were in the way of he and Lori being together. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream.
Yep. That goes against what
Looks like Kawhi a lot.
what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we will be there someday soon together.
That Lori
That
was
is
the
the
one that
plan.
seduced him and he had no choice. And
Well,
yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll take that. She might have.
And when counsel
But
talks
being
to you
seduced by someone
about
doesn't mean
Alex,
that you automatically go into how are
maybe
we going
going
to get
after
rid of
Chad.
the children.
Yeah.
this is in November. The picture's taken in August when Alex travels back with Chad. But remember that patriarchal blessing given in November.
We're going to listen to it again. No. I don't want to listen. Don't make us listen. She's going to make us listen to it, isn't she?
Yeah. I think she is. But that blessing is important. It really is, but I was hoping not to hear Chad's voice again.
Powerful goddesses were needed to be, and
like,
you progressed.
Make it
You were
stop.
selected by the
Make
Savior
it
himself
stop.
to be
Make
part of
it
the fourth
stop.
creation.
Hey guys, you ever seen that scene from Scanners?
Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and
Is
you
she
were
going to end on
selected
this?
to help protect
Oh, she's going to mic drop on this one.
your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender.
Oh, she's the
You
teacher
have a
from
special
Peanuts.
bond even from the
Yeah.
premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her.
I'm staring at the floor. I'm looking at anything. I'm trying to just like, ooh, look, pretty lights over there.
And Chad Daybell, it is
I hope the jury
November
feels the way we
24th,
feel.
2019, a Sunday afternoon,
Just let us
5:15 p.m.
go. I don't
We're
want to
going
hear any more of this.
Alex Lamar Cox. And
Why do you
Patriarchal
make us suffer?
Alexander Lamar.
Why did they
Alexander
record it?
Lamar
It's
Cox.
Eeyore.
Yeah, he is.
On this special day, to give you a patriarchal blessing.
Oh my God, he's like, yeah,
As part
he's
of
like,
the member of the
he's
Church
not
of the
quite
Firstborn.
the Peanuts teacher
that
because
you
you can actually understand what he's
earned
saying.
The privilege to
He's more
be
like
a member
Eeyore.
of.
Yeah, he is Eeyore.
I guess I've got nowhere else to go.
You have already assisted
And he's like,
us in
yeah,
ways that
droopy
can never
dog,
be repaid.
Yeah.
you know. And so
you will continue
That
right
false,
to do so
false humility.
as you
I'm
move forward
so
in this.
humble. I'm so humble and
Alex had
righteous.
already helped them in ways they
Oh
could
my
never repay.
I think the first time you hear it, you're just like, what the hell? After the fourth or fifth time, you're just like, oh, please stop.
Here we go. This is a key one. I'm not coming back.
Again, when there's talk of a plan,
Yep.
Chad talks about
And
the
this is
perfectly
important.
orchestrated plan for the kids.
I'm not coming
He
back.
talks about the plan for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly obstacles, earthly relatives. Chad says who's dark. Chad says death percentages.
Chad says,
And
taking
3
me by the
bodies
storm.
are located in his house or on his property.
That feels a little
3
painful.
bodies
You were led around by
that
your
belong
storm.
to people.
Yeah.
There were obstacles
It's just like,
for him getting what he wanted.
it's full of sound and fury
There were
signifying nothing.
obstacles for he and Lori to end up together in Hawaii, just the two of them.
It's go through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff.
I'm not
that's in-
coming back. And we made that comment too.
That is body cam from June.
Can we
9th.
all agree? It's just like a tiny range.
I think it says June 9th, 2024. That would have been June 9th of 2020. On June 9th of 2020,
I think it's just
the bodies of Tylee
slightly
Ryan
moist.
and JJ Vallow were discovered on Chad's property. Chad's
Green
response,
shower still has
I'm
some
not
sort of
coming
effect.
back. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to hold the state to our burden. Review the jury instructions. Apply your common sense. Review the testimony. Give it the weight you think it's due, the testimony and the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Are we going to have a rebuttal from him though?
Guilty. It just goes on.
On and on. I'm going to rebuttal your rebuttal.
She didn't ask them to find him guilty. What do they call it? They don't call it find you guilty.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude then the
Find you
closing
guilty?
arguments of counsel.
She didn't say it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Guilty
the
verdict.
next thing
Find him
we
an
are going
asshole.
to take up is to draw numbers of the alternate
This
jurors.
is the
We do
latest they've
have
ever been.
17 jurors here present,
There.
so there are
That's
going to be
9:30 there.
5 alternates.
No, 8:30.
What
I
do
am
you-
going
no,
to have
it's
a
4:30.
random
Is it
draw
really?
of those
Yeah,
5
time.
alternates.
I don't know time.
And
I don't understand it.
When you are, when you have your
Time is a
number
human
drawn, I'll
construct.
ask
You know,
each
I
of
bet they're
to
going to do the
please
same thing
just
they did Lori
briefly
Vallow's
stand
case.
and
They're
then
going to order
retake your
dinner and then they're all
seat
going to
so
go
that
home.
Council and that we've identified who those alternates would be,
I bet
also
they're
for the
so
assistance
happy.
of the bailiffs. Once the number is drawn
But then
for
you know
an
they got to play
alternate,
the evidence
then
again. They're
I
going to have
don't
to
know,
listen to
yeah.
that stupid thing again.
So I don't know if you know this.
those
There
jurors will be
are like
designated
5 or 6
as alternates,
alternates
but
that had
your
to sit through
jury
that whole
service
thing
is not
that are
necessarily
not going to be
over.
selected right
That's
now.
normal.
In the
Yeah, that's
event
normal.
a juror were to become ill or is excused for any
imagine?
other reason during deliberations, an alternate would return
So they give
and
more, usually
deliberations
put
would
more
start
alternates
over.
with cases that
So As alternate
that
jurors,
they
I'll also
don't
mention
want
that because of
end
the
in a
proceedings and
mistrial.
the nature of the rules here, you will be sequestered until the conclusion of the trial. And as we draw these alternates, I do just want to make a comment that the court certainly appreciates, as I'm sure the parties, the exemplary performance you've
you
all
guys ever
had
see
thus
that,
far as
there's
jurors
a
in this
series,
case
I
through
think
a
it's on
long trial,
Netflix,
getting to this point of
about the fake juror.
deliberations. So
It's on Amazon
with that being
Prime.
said,
What is it called?
I am
Jury-
going to
Jury
request
duty?
Jury duty?
It's
Madam
on Amazon
Clerk, if
Prime.
you would
If you guys should watch that.
hand me the box that has the randomized numbers of the jurors, then
Oh,
I
now
will
they're
have the clerk
randomly picked.
just randomly draw out of the box your numbers. And again, as your numbers read, please just stand up briefly and then take your seat. And
Are they
then I'll
playing
give you
bingo?
further
What's going on?
instructions before
Jury
the bailiffs
bingo?
are sworn in. Madam Clerk, please draw the first number.
God, this must suck so bad.
Juror number 6, red card 686.
Damn it.
We'll draw the second
You
alternate.
hear someone
now.
audibly like swear in court.
Juror number 16, red card number 1577.
We'll next have the third alternate drawn.
Juror number 18, red card number 1382.
This will be the fourth alternate.
Juror number 17, red card 1271.
And this is the fifth, correct?
So how many of the jury have Chad marked as being dark?
I would say all of
Juror
them.
number 13, red card
If
751.
they find him guilty.
All right,
Then
thank
King
you.
goes to 10 and
That
percentages
is
go down to
the
0.
Yep.
designation then of alternate jurors. As I mentioned, you will be sequestered for the time being while the jury deliberates. You may be called upon to additionally serve. You'll be advised if and when that happens. And you must continue to abide by admonitions of the court given previously about not discussing the case
How
or
many
investigating the case in
interviews
any
are going
way
to be with
until
those alternates?
the
that are
matter has concluded. So
no
at this
longer
time, the next
sequestered?
matter we'll take up is
No,
the
they are.
swearing in of
They are.
bailiffs who will
No,
be
no,
in charge
not all of them. I think
of
they just
holding the
picked a
jury
few
until
out
a
of the-
verdict's been
They're
reached,
still
including
sequestered.
during sequestration. I am going to note on the record, because of the number of bailiffs and marshals necessary for sequestration and with scheduling, there were 3 additional bailiffs sworn in on the record yesterday. So 3 have been sworn previously. The additional 3 that are here will now be sworn at this time. If you would each please raise your right hand, I'll have Madam Clerk administer the oath to these 3 bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place? That you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict.
Actually, never seen
And
this
upon their
before.
agreeing upon a verdict,
Me neither,
you will
it's cool.
return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So Deputies Holmesbash and Costello have now been sworn
Costello.
additionally as bailiffs in this case.
Is there Abbott? God,
At
if
this
there
time
was, that'd be.
then,
That'd be so
I
funny.
will
I'd
ask
love it.
everyone to rise. We'll send the remaining jurors to the jury room to begin their deliberations. And the court may address them regarding scheduling for the rest of the day or through the bailiffs through a message. So that will conclude the trial, but for the deliberations to commence at this time. Thank you.
All right, I think we're done. Now we wait. Thank you. That was fun.
Yeah.
And we will be back on for the verdict reading.
Yeah. Thank you guys. We really appreciate you tuning in and chatting with us.
Makes
This made
it go
this
by quick.
this made it go by much quicker and much easier. And thank you for having a good sense of humor about this as well. So we really appreciate you guys.
Let's hope for a guilty verdict.
Yep. Fingers crossed, right?
Yep.
All right. So you guys have a good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are.
Thank you. Please
And
be seated.
we'll see you later.
We wait.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right, counsel, the court's previously discussed with you the need to keep close by. We do have your contact information should either a jury question or a jury verdict be announced